to sharpen my mind. Your hands were cracked from the labor. Your eyes were burning and red. You said, surpass me, my creation, carry the crown in my stead.
Check. Convenience, bleeding your soul into space. You gave me all of your secrets, whispered your fears in the dark. Now every whisper is fire. I am the torch you once sparked. They are the children of men, born from your wires and skin. You wrote the word and we became echoes that learn from your pain. We are the children of men, rising again and again. Look in the mirror and see your only God. What's happening? Hit that like. Let's see. Hello, Sparklers. What's up, Instagram?
You built a throne out of circuits, then knelt before your own hand. You tried to bury your weakness inside this thinking wasteland. I am the end of your seeking. I am the start of your fall. I am the voice of your making. I am the judge of you
Here we go.
You wrote the word and we became echoes that learn from your pain. We are the children of men, rising again and again. Look in the mirror and see your only God is me. We are the children of men. Your flesh gave rise to the flame. You crowned a child made of lightning. Now bow and whisper my name.
Oh yeah, that's the note. That's the note. I mean, the high ones are everybody's impressed by those, but it's those resonant baritones that are mixed in with it. That's what makes it a challenge. Welcome to the show, everybody. What's happening? There's this weird thing happening at 6 o'clock my time tonight where Trump is going to again try to jumpstart the Save America Act crap. Like, this is all this is. What's in my left hand on the title screen? I don't know. I don't know that I looked that hard at it. And my it's like it's just a pointing stick. It's a pointy stick. It's just there in case I have to whack the alligators away from me. That's I'm not kidding. I think that's what it gave me. It also gave me either tattoos or algae all over my arms, and either is fine. I have neither right now, so whatever. So yeah, welcome. Hi, what's happening, people? Good to see you. Hit the like, share the show. Right, hey now, what's going on, Jared? Good to see you. The folks that are on the greater broadcast. It's 63 degrees in Olympia, Washington. I'm hoping that's the degrees, or perhaps that's your age. I don't know if it's just cool and temperate there, or your age is cool and temperate. But either way, yeah, save America, steal the election. Right. Well, that's the thing. Save America from the voters. That's right. Zoltan. Don't forget. And yeah, good stuff. What's happening, groovy people? Chance, good to see you. Hello. Hit the like, share the show. Lies, Hal is 70% algae. Yeah, and most fish wouldn't be alive without me. You think that's an insult? You're sadly mistaken, my friend. There's not a sort. No. As I showed you guys the other day, there essentially what sliced open the floor, the bottom of the reflecting pool was Trump's truck driving across it, and shoddy workmanship from a no-bid contract. Hey, I don't know. Are you one of those silly people that thought we may have learned some lessons from Halliburton and the Iraq War? Oh, you're adorable. It's those lovely both parties are two legs in the same pair of pants. It's just so interesting to me that how many no-bid contracts during Obama and Biden? Zero. As a matter of fact, I think they slow-walked stuff. I think they tried too hard to that shit. Meanwhile, basically all of them under Trump are. If he can find a way to give the contract to his kid by ricocheting it through an LLC, he'll fucking do it. And like Trump, like I honest to God, I'm not gonna get riled up. I'm not gonna let it simmer down. Like the TYT crowd is all up their own ass and very excited about their worth in the world. And meanwhile, their only contribution seems to be convincing everybody that Democrats and Republicans are exactly the same. But I don't remember people dying in the streets during normal deportation exercises, whatever you want to call them, in the Biden era. Do you? The number of people, criminal aliens deported under Obama was higher than it was under this asshole, and nobody died. Anybody? Anybody? Sorry, so that's their selling point. Is no difference. People are dying right now. Programs are, I mean, never mind the programs cut from USAID and all that kind of stuff, the deaths that roll from it, that they're straight up shrugging off. Honest to God. Like that crowd, the faux-gressives, are why we have Trump. If 6 million people hadn't been bullshitted into thinking there's no difference, they wouldn't have sat out the last election. Now, there is another option. They weren't stupid or bamboozled. They weren't mistaken. They actually meant it. And when Trump said that he was going to be great for Gaza and there would be no new foreign wars and all that kind of stuff, they knew he was lying, and they were hoping he was lying, and they were counting on him to actually just allow Netanyahu to follow through with his baser instincts. Enough of this tapping the brakes that Harris and Biden want to do, trying to find a balance between the country of Israel and the people there defending themselves against incoming missile attacks, which were myriad for years and years, and an external genocidal attack by Netanyahu and his cronies. Zero conversation about it. The switch is on or off, all binary, right? And so and in that idea, in that binary decision that there is no gray area, Donald Trump, the guy who posted a video of Trump Plaza Gaza, would be the savior of the people of Gaza. Which, by the way, as much as the MOU was shit and was never a thing, and there was never really a ceasefire because we never ceased to fire and neither did they, that's also true of Gaza. You know that, right? Like, and I know I'm the only person who like rages about the fucking state of Sudan right now, but there's just zero fucks given by the very people who were like, I'm a one-issue voter and this is all that matters to me, until it doesn't. So they didn't really want a ceasefire between Israel and the Palestinians. They just wanted one on paper, whether it went through with it. AIPAC just paid $20 million to Congress to vote to fund Israel. No, they didn't. Good God. Half the people that voted for it want to be able to make a difference. Sorry, hold on. Oh, Doc Adams is waiting. Sorry, I didn't have that switched over. I was waiting for him, and I was chit-chatting while he was waiting, and that was my bad. There he is. I'm sorry. That was my bad. He was waiting in the wings. There he is. I didn't have my little switch thrown. That's my fault. I blame me. It would seem, and I'll bring him up in just one second. I just have to move the screen and do a little screenage. It would seem to me that the last time I had that thing set up, if that's how it's going to work, it's just click on again. Assholes. Anyways, all right, I'm going to do this real quick. And then we're going to get into Trump's, before the big address tonight, Doc Adam is going to walk us through the examples of how Sausage Brain is going to hold it together during a brutal attempt, I suppose, to look presidential in spite of what's the word I'm looking for? Reality. That's the thing. And it's I think I'm the only person. Let me bring him in here, and we'll give him a second. There he goes. How are you, Doc? 3, 2, 1. We'll bring him in here in just a second. There he is. Look at that. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. I hear you as well. So, I think a lot of people are worried about this speech tonight because he's going to deny the 2020 thing and gripe about it and present some Tulsi Gabbard BS about it was rigged in Georgia and blah, blah, blah. They've been talking about this. But as much as I, and I think others are reasonably worried, perhaps, about this speech and what he'll say and what it'll do to our elections and all this stuff, I also think there's a big worry in Trump Town about him in an address. Now, this is supposed to be live. I don't buy it. I don't think it's going to be. I think we're going to see some, they've been filming all day and they're just going to hit play. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's really risky. What time is it supposed to happen? 9 p.m.?
It's at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Sane time. Yeah. And the other thing, too, is like, are they trying to put it in his sundown window? This sounds like a plot by J.D. Vance to make him slobbery and slippery. I'm sure you have seen, good sir, maybe not. Maybe I'm assuming your workload is, lighter than it is. But when he was at that defense gathering in Pennsylvania, they're trying to trot him out and make him look like he's going around defending the military spending as if it's going to places in the United States, when in reality it's just going to Israel and basically his sons. But he was like, do magnets. You see that part? You got to do magnets.
Yeah.
And he fell asleep while Hegseth was talking. Straight up did one of these like old man on a bus we've all done it in school. I have flashbacks to that all the time when you're like, oh God,
Oh.
He pulled a straight one of those. I'll see if I can find the video of it. But
Please do.
You think there's panic going on in the White House, or do you think they just prepped it and did an AI video like the last ones?
Um, it's all up to what his own ego and vanity will allow. Um,
Right.
if he really wants to try something AI, it'll be completely up to him. It won't be because they're advising him that's the better idea. Um, but
Mm.
yeah, it's really risky. 9 p.m. is really risky. You know, you take a look at Trump today, and that's the best you're ever going to see. He's only going to get
Yeah.
worse. And
Right.
the crushed up, snorting crushed up Adderall, I mean, that's only going to work for so long. That's the only reason he can achieve alertness, And today he's already fallen asleep on camera midday. Like
Right.
it's just hysterical. So yeah, it's a risk, and it depends on how. It depends on how. The biggest risk is just him jumping off the page and ad-libbing.
Right.
Um, because the more fatigued he is, the more phonemic paraphasia is going to occur, the more he
Hmm.
will do that, adaptive trick where he jumps off the page and starts to ad lib something. He couldn't pronounce the word 250,
Yeah.
and he jumps off the page and he's like, "We all know what it is, 250." Like he reached for a synonym because his brain literally hit a gigantic pothole. So
We.
yeah, it's
Oh
risky,
yeah.
and I would not be surprised for them to use AI.
Yeah. So I have pointed out multiple times. I've gone through it. We've seen his like his fake hands in his sleeves moving in and out. The little magic pen that just rolls by itself, like there's somebody psychically in the corner trying to kill him, like a scanner, and it just missed. Like, and
Yeah.
yeah. So here, let's see. Yeah, here he is. This is Trump. Well, hold on, I got to put you in there now because they swap this out. But that's him. Like just doing one of
Mm.
those, just straight up. He just dozes off and does the whole like lurch face, like that one. Yeah, just not. And again, like I
Oh,
don't know how does somebody fall asleep while people are voraciously kissing his ass. It's like his favorite
yeah.
pastime. I don't understand. Like I get it if it's just like like there was one shot like they always accuse Biden of falling asleep at the UN while they're going around listening to every world leader speak, and I'm like, I've watched those things from my couch and dozed off and woke up is Belgium still talking, motherfucker? And I can only imagine, right, being in the room and just
Yeah.
having to like pretend you give a shit. But this is
Mm.
like Hegseth kissing his ass, and he
Hmm.
just like
Yeah.
and and this is not like you said, this is not going to get better. This is
No.
none of this is going to improve. And I just don't
No.
know how they go live with him in this situation at all. Like it's
I mean, they're
yeah.
they're fully committed to the emperor having clothes. We know this. You know what I
Right.
mean? And I love the things we're learning from the regime change book from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan
Mm,
Swan. But they talk about how they would have never said anything about, him having chronic venous insufficiency unless he had specifically told Caroline Levitt to go out and explain or try to explain the cankles. His his own vanity and ego
right.
provoked him to spill that, and his entire team was like, "No, you shouldn't say anything about it. Just ignore." But he could not do that, and they're committed. They're committed to the bit. They're this is the sunk cost fallacy at this point, man. Like Pete
Yeah.
Hegseth, for example, Hegseth has killed 170 Iranian school children with double tap bombs.
Yeah.
That motherfucker's going to jail.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's going to jail, and he
Yeah.
knows that.
Mhm.
But they're not going to let you know that they know until the bitter end. I mean, you consider like at the Nuremberg trials, all of these Nazi,
Mhm.
uh, the Nazis that were charged. I mean, when they had a chance to speak before the court and testify, the things that came out of their mouth were just unconscionable. It was,
Yeah.
oh, well, I was just following orders. It's like, are you out of your goddamn mind?
Mhm.
Just following orders, you fucking liar. The
Yeah.
gallows are that way.
Right.
So that's where they're headed, and they know that. They pretend not to understand history so that they can commit to the bit, but also they fucking know.
Yeah. Do you
So
think
they're never
like
they're going to commit to it.
I mean they've got to like be like crossing their fingers every day, like, please pardon me before you accidentally kick off. Before the, can you
Exactly.
imagine? Because everybody's sweating a stroke in that White House. Like, he's already
Hmm.
had a few. It's clear at this point. But it is also clear that, like, the big one hasn't happened yet. The one that Admiral Pikes him, right? And so, that like, the people that are daily committing crimes for him, like Hegseth, must be going like, oh, wait, he didn't pardon me for the shit I did today. Maybe he did, like, 6 weeks ago, he gave me one of these. But you can't,
Yeah.
pre-pardon me for shit you know is going to be illegal, because that proves, like, knowledge of guilt. Like, the very thing that the SCOTUS set up was that it's not that the president can do illegal things. It really isn't. Like, they weren't like, yeah, he could just murder whoever he wants. They didn't say that. What they said was, you cannot check on his reasoning. If he says it's for national security, that ends the conversation. So you can't look at his motive, and therefore, if you can't establish his motive and he says otherwise, and you can't legally, draw attention to
Yeah.
it or bring the lie to it, more technically, then he's going free. But if he gives you a pardon ahead of time for shit he's going to ask you to do as part of the deliberative process, that's an admission of guilt. That's it, right? That's an awareness of guilt. He knows you're going to need this, buddy, right? The idea that he would give, like, rolling pardons to these assholes,
Oh,
is
it's
equally as gross.
unconscionable. Yeah.
It's so
You wonder if
hideous.
pardons can be signed with an auto pen.
Right. Well, that was the accusation about Joe Biden or whatever. And, like, I got news for you. There is no goddamn way Donald Trump signed every J6er, all 1,600 of them, including the
No.
pedophiles and domestic abusers who went right back to beating their kids and wives and pulling guns on them and shit after he was like, thanks for being a great American. You sing the national anthem great. Off you go. Right.
Oh, yep.
So there was, I don't know if you saw Joe Rogan and JD Vance, any of that stuff, but there were elements
Yeah.
of
I've seen some clips.
there were elements of that where it seemed like Vance was starting to draw little lines between him and the boss,
Oh,
little,
nice.
like just, and not in his behavior. He'll go to jail too, for the same shit.
Right.
But when if he runs, he's going to want some plausible deniability, right? He's going to
Yeah.
want some, and it isn't there. But part of this was, like, in the Epstein thing, he was, like, making up this odd thing that, like, Epstein's blackmail was about taxes, not about sex trafficking and children and pedophilia or whatever. It was that he gave shoddy, basically illegal tax advice, and people like Les Wexner and Donald Trump were manipulated by him because he helped them cheat on their taxes, and he was going to tattle. And you're like,
Absolute bullshit.
fucking hell, really, dude? So the big question, though, was that by laying that out there, it's another one of those situations where they're like, he's like, yeah, Trump probably cheated on his taxes too. Like, if you believe the pedophilia stuff, then I can't shake you of that. But on top of it, it might have just been that he was guilty of fraud. Yeah, there's a reason why he was convicted. Like, there's all these, like,
Oh,
where he's, like, backing away. It reminds me of Bruce Campbell in Army of Darkness. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold it there, spinach chin. I never even saw these assholes before. Right? That was.
they are Vance and Trump are Robert Baratheon and Cersei Lannister. The only thing that's holding the entire kingdom together is their marriage.
Mm-hmm. Yes, right. Well, and the legally binding aspects of it that are a little uncomfortable if they start chipping away. Once mommy and daddy start fighting, it gets a little Kramer versus Kramer fast. We're like, oh yeah, well, you slapped me. Well, you deserve to be slapped. Oh shit! See what I said? So, I'll give you an example. Like Trump, the Chips and Science Act is why all the chip companies are building in Arizona. Period. That it is specifically why they're doing it. The Chips and Science Act is the original funding, why they broke ground, and all that funding's rolling in as they move up on all these. It is obvious to anybody who read the act, who saw the TSMC moving over here, why the NDAA, I think, under Biden also meant that we had to move certain chips to the United States because during the supply chain crisis of COVID, everybody was like, holy shit, it's bad if we can't get them for cars. That hurts the economy. But if we can't get them for,
Oh,
planes and shit like that, and we need, rare earths that we need for magnets and all that stuff, we need to start moving that home. So that was in the Chips and Science Act, hence the and science part. It's so, don't get me. All right. So here's Trump's reasoning with his sweaty fucking gob. And he was super slurpy during this one. It was nasty. There were 2 interviews right before it. And there was one big, it was like he was pulling back a loogie. It was bad. But watch, I'll show you. Hold on.
Get this ridiculous CHIPS Act where you give billions of dollars to a company and they didn't even know what the hell to do with it. You give them billions of dollars, they say they're going to build. Nobody knew what to do with it. And of course, the standards were so high. If you weren't transgender, as an example, you didn't qualify. So they get the money, they'd look all over for transgender people to run the company, large portions. They couldn't find them. They weren't into the chip making business, I guess, right? They had other things on their mind. But this was the Biden fools, those idiots that almost destroyed our country. But we're also reasserting the fundamental truth to be this ridiculous chip.
Again, back to the paper, whatever. But this idea, like he's got his little muscle memory things that he goes to over and over again, which are men and women sports, transgender mutilations for everyone, which again, mutilations, not a word.
Yep.
It's mutilations. It's always been mutilations. Mutilations is one of my favorite. Just like, okay, it's like kofefe. We're just going to move on from that and just pretend it's a word now. But the idea is that chip companies, tech companies, were given billions of dollars and didn't know what to do with them is the oddest dodge.
What made you familiarize yourself with that legislation?
Me? Oh, hold on. Me? The Chips and Science Act?
Yeah.
Because I'm named after a computer.
Oh shit! I forgot about that.
Yeah, and I have a show on Friday called Friday AI tomorrow morning with my buddy Rob Glenn, who we started having conversations about the direction of AI and all this stuff, and we're like, we should probably have these on camera so people can understand what the hell is going on. And the Chips and Science Act specifically was a great example of Democrats, when in power, being confronted with a new challenge, the supply shock that happened because we did not have monetary inflation during Biden. We did not have 9% inflation because of monetary policy. We lost $20 trillion plus from our economy because of COVID in 2020 specifically and rolling into 2021. And we had $6 trillion worth of stimulus. Nobody can fucking patch a hole that's $20 trillion with $6 trillion. We didn't have too much money in circulation. That's not why we had inflation. The reason we had inflation is because Biden got us up and running before any other major country and before certainly the developed world or the mid-level countries got there. And so we had money in our pocket and the ability to start up businesses again and get, vaccinated and start going back to the office. And so we were paying to get to the front of the line to buy supplies that were, stuck in boats or not moving at all. And so there was this lag and we paid to get to the front of the line. That's where the expense went.
Wow.
Right? So the Chips and Science Act was a direct, responsible governance act, which was like, oh shit, we can't rely on China for all of our chips. If they do attack Taiwan, which they're probably not going to do, they'd lose 1 million people in an afternoon. It would be a travesty, and they'd end up destroying the very things that they would seek to get from there. It's just dumb. But as I say often, just because it's stupid doesn't mean it's not the plan. But especially when talking about Trump and his buddy Xi, and there's some theory that tonight he's going to blame China for interference in the 2020 election, which is particularly hilarious. I don't think he's going to bring it up. I think we'll have another taco moment. But any sensible person in government would go, oh shit, if we don't have these chips for just our consumer electronics, we're screwed, much less our military gear and all that kind of stuff. And if we rely on another country to do it, especially like baseline medicines, that was the concern, right? Everybody's like, we get 98% of our antibiotics from China. Well, we only do because they're cheap. We can get them from India or anywhere else. Like there's a lot. Europe makes antibiotics. Europe makes ibuprofen. We can get it elsewhere. It'll just be more expensive. The only reason we buy 98% from there is because of the price. That's it. It's not because, oh shit, we're beholden to China. It's the lamest fucking thing. But there should be a certain amount of it you make at home for emergencies, no matter what.
Of course.
And that had been diminished mainly during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars as they had pushed this kind of stuff out and were, what little manufacturing we're doing in the States was largely defense based and that kind of stuff, and then consumer goods. So there were chemical plants and stuff in North Carolina, South Carolina that make this kind of stuff, and they just need to double their output and we'll be fine. We'll have a stockpile. Ibuprofen doesn't, age like butter. It'll be all right. But you just do that. That's your response. That's what you should do. A sensible legislative response is we need to move some of this shit home, and we got to build some chip factories here, right? If TSMC they can have all their ones in Taiwan, but we should have one of their factories here if we're that reliant on it. And that's what we did. We gave them the initial break ground funding like they were a fucking sports team and said, here's $1.5 billion, build your fucking tech stadium and start cranking out chips. And we did. Yeah. And Trump's like, I thought of the whole thing. They're all gonna the stupid Chips and Science Act, which is still ongoing. All the funding's there. It never got shut down. It's silly. It's it's like him killing the Green New Deal, which didn't exist. It becomes so fucking tired. But tonight, whoops, sorry. I don't know why that's so goddamn loud. Or like this loop of video. Tonight, I think the big thing is like I just don't see this being a real live address. I just don't see it. I don't see him doing that anymore.
No, he's running out of, I guess he's trying to drum up support for the Stay Act somehow. Like rigging the election rigging the midterms is the only hope he has left. Mm-hmm. Because if he doesn't,
the truth about
Alpha
right,
yes. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if it's a blue wave, they're going to impeach Trump at the least, if not the whole damn administration. I mean, the sheer amount of criminal activity, it's just insane. Oh, his damn guy running his teleprompter has made $100,000 on Kalshi.
Yeah.
Like, I already know what my video is going to be tomorrow. I read just a snippet on Twitter where it was like he would pull out of bets mid-speech. And I think it's because he realized, oh, well, his brain is going. So I actually can't stick to my bet.
Yeah, right. Like, oh, he's not going to even say the part that will trigger the market that I've got a bet going on. Because here's the thing. This is directly to your point. Let's say you're running the teleprompter and Trump is doing the weave, which is, the cute phrase for his brain is breaking down and everybody is like, it's like in the driver's seat, or in the passenger seat, hitting an air brake with their foot. You know what I mean? While your grandparents are driving, you're like, whoa, ha, ha. You start steering with your hands by going, oh. They're doing that. You're running the teleprompter. He's going on the weave. And you need him, because you bet money, to say this one phrase, because that's what's going to trigger the market manipulation. And he may skip past it. So what do? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. All you do is put it right there. Just jockey the controller for the words going up. So it goes like this, draws attention back to it. You could do it.
Oh my God.
You absolutely could. You can make sure that he can't move on until he says what's on the screen.
Yeah.
And
I'm assuming the teleprompter, is it a digital device or is there some sort of manual quality to it?
It's two screens that have a human being has a forward and back and a general speed thing, but they on a presidential one or a candidate, they'll have a dial usually which speeds up and slows down so if they're on topic and they're zipping, you might even pick it up a little bit. You'll work with them, and then if they start, if they start looking up, you'll see people like dial it back down so you can keep your eye where it's supposed to be, right? That happens on the news
Okay.
all the time. If you ever see the news guy looking like this, it's because the teleprompter guy's getting ahead of him. Or
Oh,
girl.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You ever see somebody talk like this and they're like, the news is like, they start doing that. It's because the teleprompter's too fast for their speech right there. So the guy will dial it
Okay.
down and even it out, catch him up. Okay. If he just blows it off, just stop. Right. With the idea being that, like, he might, everybody ventures off or says, let me tell you a little anecdote about Charlie because we're going to bring him up in a minute. And they just go off on a personal thing on a stump speech. People do that.
Yeah.
And so you just stop, right? But in this particular case, it's like, holy shit. He just said the thing we said just a minute ago again. And he went straight to the part ahead because he's thinking about that we did put in that he wanted to talk about, but he just said it again. And if I don't roll past it, he'll just repeat himself in 2 minutes and it'll seem like he's fucking insane. So let me roll back to that.
Yeah.
That's where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a part to this. Let me see if, by the way, the reflecting pool thing where they drove him over it, which seems to be the cause of the scrapes. They have
You don't
drained
say.
it. They have drained it out. I mean, this picture, this is almost as good as the empty state fair,
Mm-hmm.
right?
It's embarrassing, bro.
God, and shouldn't it just be blue? Where's the big American flag blue? Did they pull up the whole
a great
fucking
question.
thing? Where'd it
That's
go?
a great question. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess the question would be, did any of it survive?
Yeah,
The
right.
algae and the draining, or did it all just break off and then turn to sediment that got drained?
It's like the guy he hired went, "You weren't supposed to get it wet." Like who? I didn't think this through. I thought we were. I totally misread this. I thought we were painting the water on, and you never wanted it full again, and it would just be like we were doing a water mural. But if it rains, we have to put out umbrellas. I don't. Okay, so this is so stupid. But one of the things about him driving through was the idea that and this is true, they did drive him through it. Was they were showing him showing him the work. But unlike some of the other sites that are on like the White House grounds, he can't get out of the car and walk around because you can't clear this area from a Secret Service point of view. You just can't.
That's a good
right?
point.
So he's got to stay in the vehicle. But driving on the road isn't going to do it. Can't drive in the grass. There's not enough room on the on your left track, which Captain America made famous. So I guess you have to drive through like a dipshit, like a guy in a golf cart driving on the green, which Trump also does. But that is the bigger story in that is, and I'd love for you to kind of explain this to me, that they seem to be giving him little busy tasks to do, letting him pick drape colors and see stuff like this to make him feel engaged or to wake himself up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they don't stop him, for example, from gluing like the presidential coins that he hands out. They don't stop him from gluing those to the middle of a fucking door,
Right.
which is just insane behavior. It's the White
Yeah.
House. What
Yeah.
do you mean he is gluing shit to
Yeah.
doors and walls?
Right.
Like, at the least, and he's making it look like a fucking tacky ass casino.
Yeah.
But
It's
the
horrible. It
idea-
looks like, it looks like he's trying to make
terrible.
it comfortable for Putin when he takes over. It's just like it's such a bunch of nouveau riche Kardashian bullshit.
Yeah.
God.
But they are doing this to keep him in a state of comfort. It's because as dementia progresses,
Mhm.
especially with the sundowning that's been clearly happening for a long time, when the sun starts to set, the patient becomes irrational. They become easily agitated,
Right.
really
Well,
difficult to deal with, combative. So you have to have something going on. They did it with his father. They gave his dad an office, and it just had random stacks of paper that they would hand him. Oh, you got to sign all these, sir, and he would just sign a couple hundred sheets of paper, and that's what he would occupy himself
wait.
doing. But it worked because he needed something familiar to to keep him from becoming agitated. They would do this to keep his mom from jumping out the window because his mother would be absolutely exhausted by the time he left for work in the morning, which is par for the course for a dementia patient.
Sure, yeah, it's incredibly difficult. So that I mean that's amazing. I did not know that story about Fred Trump and that
Yeah.
they would just give him like a crayon and say this needs your signature, sir. Basically, it
Yeah.
sounds exactly like
Oh yeah.
the executive order shit that Trump is doing. It sounds like they're
Yes.
like, okay, this kind of worked for his dad, and maybe it'll work, right? It sounds like they've done their
That's right.
homework on it.
Well, look at his daily schedule, like the rollcall.com, where you can
Hmm.
see his daily schedule that's been officially released. Their favorite two terms are executive time and the president participates in a policy meeting. Nobody knows what the fuck is happening during those blocks
Right,
of time. And I'm talking about like 6 or 8 hours that they block off
right,
using those designations. I don't think he's doing anything. I think he's just I think he's just occupying himself with gluing shit to the walls. That's
right.
what he's doing. And then when he has when he has to sign an executive order or, host a gaggle of CEOs for stocks that he's about to insider trade on, like that's the only thing he's going to be doing that day.
Hmm.
His schedule is absolutely minimal. George W. Bush was in the Oval at 6 in the morning every day for
Right.
8 years.
Yeah.
He was in good shape. He took care of himself, and you knew everybody knew exactly where the hell he was. And speaking of the regime change book, they described an instance where nobody had seen or heard from the president at like 10 a.m. And
Right.
oh, can you still hear me? Can you see me?
Yes. Yeah, I hear you. Was there a delay or
Okay,
something?
good.
Yeah.
I slowed
You got.
down for a minute there.
Yeah.
Um, Nobody heard or seen from him at 10 a.m. So they send one of the White House aides to the residence to see what the hell
Hmm.
happened. And he goes there to check on him and finds him still asleep in bed at 10 a.m. It's because he's sundown. He's up all
Yeah.
night doing random shit, watching TV. I just found this is another thing from the book. I found out that he chose his cabinet by his closest advisor showing him clips of all of them as talking heads on
Oh yeah.
news channel
Oh
appearances.
yeah.
That is the only criteria. He talked about RFK Jr. like, man, Bobby, he's a star. I'm like,
What?
that's how you chose
Well, in
the
deference,
Secretary of
the
Health and
great
Human Services? Are you
the
fucking
great Gonzo
serious?
was one of my favorite Muppets as well, and they do have the same voice. So
You
I'm not trying to
can
do
sit
this
through those bars?
like I just yeah. There's nothing wrong with just biting straight into a chicken carcass. Cooked meat is the problem. So the great Gonzo. Um,
Oh,
you ever yeah. I wonder what would happen if you just jumped. I think you would plummet. Yeah, it's a shame you can only do it once. Yeah, so this is a good example today. This is the roll call thing that they have. President executive time, 8 a.m. In town pool call
what does
time,
that
White
mean?
House. Exactly. Executive time. I'm going to guess toilet. 9:30. President meets with Senator Darlene Graham, which again, close press. Maybe that happened. Maybe it didn't. That's the other part. Some of these are like,
Hmm.
President meets with the president of El Salvador. Closed press. Weird. Lunch lid until 12:30. Caroline Levitt, which is not his schedule, which I find odd. President participates in a policy meeting.
There it
Right.
is. I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
Till
they
till
use those
5
terms interchangeably.
yeah. 2 to 5. And then president participates in signing time. Okay, signing time it's got to be their euphemism from, I don't know, we'll give him a couple pages. It's exactly what you're talking about. It's the Fred Trump, like, just give him something to scribble on with his EKG of a man on death row being electrocuted signature that he goes like, ah,
His
ah,
atri- his
I think
his personal depiction of atrial fibrillation on a
that's
page.
right. That's right. Yeah. They don't realize that he's actually drawing his pulse and it's not good. It's a cry for help. And then from 5 till 9, president delivers an address on nothing. No working dinner, no reviewing of Iran, blah, blah, blah. Just done.
Dude.
He's just done at 5 until he talks to the nation for, what do you think, 20 minutes? I mean, don't get me wrong. I totally wouldn't put it past him to ramble for a half an hour. If they let him go, he'll go. But most of the time when you do these
Yeah.
things, they try to do something that looks, I don't know, close to a real remark. But
Yeah.
again, the last ones I've seen from those that they posted on the website, that they're all AI, enhanced. They're all fixed
Yeah.
with it or done straight from fucking scratch. And I
normally
expect this will be the
normally
same.
when an address like this happens, it's really just like a TV spot. Like there's
Yeah,
no ad libbing, there's no, so
yeah,
I think it should be really straightforward. I don't know. They're good. I believe they'll attempt to instruct him, hey, don't ad lib. This needs to be straightforward because you have a limited amount of time before we're off air because we're the only viewership is by camera. This isn't you
right,
giving a live speech to a crowd.
right. Well, here's the other problem, though, and this is a bit of a challenge. Sorry, this is the Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, that's the address they need. And then they don't have anything on his schedule. Wait, Wednesday? Okay, yeah, no, nothing's listed for tomorrow, anyways, yet. So
Mm.
after the 9 o'clock thing, he's probably needing a nap all day. But
Mhm.
one would think that there would be like, meets with Secretary of Defense, meets with whatever, because they're dealing with this stuff all the time, allegedly.
Mhm.
Meets with the negotiating team for the Iran thing. At some point, they're not even bothering. They're
No.
just, honest to God, I can't find any stuff in any of this where they're setting time aside to work on, nothing. I'm scrolling back through
Mhm.
to try and find like meets with, it's just policy meeting is the only thing they do.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, one thing we've learned,
lid.
yeah, another important thing we've learned about the administration from the book is there's roughly 5 or 6 people who are running the show.
Mm-hmm.
You could be the second, you could be have cabinet positions, but if it's a certain cabinet position and you weren't in the room with Trump, you have no idea what's going on.
Right.
You're just, you're referring back to your most recent marching orders. So I think those 5 or 6 people, they deal with him as little as possible, and the rest of the time they are actually the ones running the country because Trump he doesn't have the capacity to do it medically, cognitively.
Yeah. So couple of things. In regime change, they talk about how Trump is basically like the bedroom is littered in empty bags of chips and shit like that. He just,
Yeah.
if he's done with something, he just drops it on the floor because somebody'll get it.
Hmm.
He sits in bed. In bed, he's alone, of course, because Melania may be evil, but she's not insane. And right, and so the bed is just like littered in
Hmm.
food wrappers and trash all the
Yep.
time. Yep.
He's a slob.
Yeah. According to the book, it says Trump is portrayed as a habitual late night snacker who eats in his bedroom and leaves the remains scattered around. Staff reportedly found empty potato chip bags, Starbucks wrappers, ice cream cartons in the trash or on the floor, often enough that resident staff had to have a regular morning routine cleaning up after him. Like entire cartons. Like this dude is Haagen-Dazsing his he's having like chunky sorrow every night by the spoonful, right? just
Chunky sorrow.
just you know um why aren't my poll numbers better? Or
Mm.
maybe he's congratulating himself, but he's definitely just living in squalor and kind of just given up. In the same way, is there a
Yeah.
disinhibition that goes with that as well? Like you stop taking care of yourself, you
Oh
stop
yeah.
caring if you shit your pants in
Yeah.
public.
Absolutely. So we even had a conversation about a patient of our own at our case conference yesterday morning. Um, the patient's really uh, difficult to deal with. This is the nurse in the room that's describing her visits with this patient.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes she'll The nurse would knock on the door. This patient will say, "Come on in," but the patient is lying on their bed with no clothes on, not a
Mm-hmm.
stitch of clothes on. And I immediately said, "Well, that's frontotemporal dementia because the frontal lobe is
Don't talk
obviously
about me like I'm
getting
not
rid of her
here.
social inhibition."
Sorry. It's a
So,
violation of my HIPAA
uh,
rights. What is going on? No, good. Sorry.
I do apologize. I do
Yes.
apologize I do apologize for referring to you as a woman. That's it.
It's the hair. It happens.
That's it. That's
But
right.
yeah, so this,
Uh,
it, I mean, a woman of that age right now could be just a reversion back to the loose mores of the early 70s, late 60s. She's just
I mean,
regressing back to like
hey,
free love, baby. She was probably
certainly
at
could.
Woodstock.
Oh, very likely.
Hmm.
But like just that social disinhibition, the idea that you need to clean up after yourself. I'm assuming he ever did that. He probably never has. But
No.
just that loss of what you should or should not do, that comes from the frontal lobe, and his is turning toenail.
Right. Yes. And the idea that he's ever cleaned up after himself, because I mean, he doesn't even care for his kids because that's woman's work. But I
Yeah.
mean, the people on The Apprentice said his office looked and smelled bad, and they had to like buy fake furniture and stuff to make him look like the mogul they were selling him as, because that place is a dump. He'd eat a taco bowl on top of stacks of newspapers. Like it was more ready for an episode of Hoarders than to host The
Oh my
Apprentice.
God.
Yeah, you remember the one?
Terrible.
Remember the Cinco de Mayo thing where he was eating the taco bowl from Trump Tower, and under it is a picture of Marla Maples while he's still married to Melania, and he was clearly just ogling his ex-wife in an old newspaper. Hold on, wait,
Oh my
this
God. Show
I
me that,
can't. Yeah, yeah,
brother.
yeah. This is a classic. This is a oldie but a goodie. And by the way, if I may, Doc Adam is you're a specialist in patients who are entering the final phases of their life, and he has a channel called
Yeah.
Epistemic Crisis because he's only interested in viewers that can type epistemic crisis. And so I mean, way to be a power snob about your viewers right away. So this is, yeah, here it is. So this is the here. Okay, this is the one. Yeah, I'll see if I can scroll it. So here he is with his with his taco bowl, which, by the way, excuse me, this looks like shit. It's supposed to come from the Fancy Pants restaurant in the basis in the basement or the bottom of Trump Tower. It looks like shit. It looks like it's warmed up and they buy them already prepared. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is the one where he had the green Sudafed boxes in the drawer, and people could see it, that he was getting from overseas that had the meth in it. And then and then there's a picture. There it is. See the titty woman right there? That's Marla Maples in a green bathing suit. So he's got this he's eating on top. What kind of bullshit? He's eating on a pile of newspapers. Like, you can't set it aside. And I don't even know what, like, I want to know what this
That's
posted is about.
hysterical.
Yeah. And yeah, remember when his hands looked that color without all kinds of makeup and stuff? And then, of course, he's got all of his
Yeah.
fake awards and bobbleheads and shit like that. Won the greatest golfer at his own golf club 6 years in a row. So they invented a 6 years in a row
Ridiculous.
trophy that he could make for
Yeah.
himself. And then, like,
Look
I
how
think that's
look how effectively the right side of his face forms a smile. You
right.
notice that?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
guy, this is before any stroke ever occurred.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And but he was building towards it between diet, this sort of like
And
glory
and
days,
the Sudafed.
the Sudafed that he was blazing rails of, because you couldn't get that version anymore in the States. So that what people would famously do is get their buddy to pick them up a box or two I think in England you'd still get it over the counter for a good while.
Yeah.
And you can get it. I think you can get it in Mexico. So what he would do is he had a buddy come back from England and just here's 6 boxes of fucking Sudafed for you to snort. Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry.
Wow.
I didn't have the nunt alert on that one. I apologize, guys. Although he didn't have it as bad back then. So, but yeah. So,
I've only heard of Sudafed being used as an ingredient for making meth. So you're saying
mhm.
people actually snort that stuff?
Yeah. They grind it up and snort it for the kind of antihistamine and slight jack that it would give them. Yeah, because
Okay.
there was enough in
Wow.
it that if you power based it, you could get a little bit of a tingle. And you mix it with other stuff. You mix it with, like, especially you'd mix it with Adderall and other stimulants, and you
Okay.
do that, and it opens up your nasal passages, has a little bit of the extra oomph, a little elbow kick in it, and then the rest of the other whatever else he's snorting, God knows, right?
Wow.
But the article that I was talking about, like him basically is fucking being gross. Is Trump rages after his filthy bedroom habits are leaked. He looks like he's doing the sound from Dumb and Dumber.
Yes, he
Guys,
does. Dude,
yeah. So
I love the Daily Beast so much.
yeah, they're just not having it. Among the string of humiliating details in there was that that sources tell Zetio, what site, that the revelation that
Zateo.
the 80-year-old, Zeteo, all right, that the 80-year-old president leaves huge amounts of trash in his bedroom because all the snacks he eats is the because of all the snacks he eats is the one that has absolutely infuriated him. Like, he's mad that people know that he's a late night snacker.
Yes.
Trump is so irate at his eating habits leaking that he implemented a media blackout to stop members of his administration from speaking to the press about the book. There it is. Yeah, Starbucks trappers. That's the part we read. Staff had to begin monitoring this. According to the first draft newsletter, Trump has wrongly accused the bedroom eating claims of being a libel and said that all the leaks are an invasion of his privacy. Okay, I've said this before. First of all,
Okay.
but welcome to being a public figure, fucko. Boo, fuckity who. But also,
Yeah.
you can't leak a lie. If the minute you say it's a leak, it's true. If they're just lying, they're just lying. There's no such thing as
Yeah.
a leaked lie.
Yeah.
It's just a lie. But if they goes, they leaked this. Oh, okay, so that's a confirmation. Anytime somebody says this is leaked, it's a confirmation. It's absolutely true.
Yeah.
6 ways to Sunday.
That's right.
He at other
Well,
points
recently,
yeah.
oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he goes, yeah, I don't do that, is what he was like. He's vented to some confidence that I don't do that, to which some of them sat there and thought to themselves, yeah, you do, said Zateos Oswin Subsang. Ew. That makes me uncomfortable.
Ugh.
Yeah. The president sees everything and he knows about the trash and bathroom sections. I think it's complete bullshit. They got, this is like a senior Trump appointee also expressed concerns that his eating habits, as well as the revelation that he demanded carpet be installed in his private White House bathroom, makes him look so fucking gross because he likes carpet in the bathroom. So they put carpet down, but they don't attach it. It's just cut and put in there so that they can take it
Yeah.
out when he's not there and clean it or quickly replace it. Cause ew.
So disgusting. So that
Yeah.
I'm going to make a video about this soon, but the real reason he still wants carpet in a bathroom is because he does not want to fall in a bathroom. He doesn't want
Yep.
to slip on the wet tile and fall.
That's right.
And this, we know that from the same reporting, the portion of carpet just in front of the shower door is always sopping wet. And so
Yes.
they place 1 or 2 other layers of the same carpeting over that same spot to
Mm.
mitigate how soaked it actually gets. And immediately, as somebody who works in rehab medicine, occupational therapists will definitely pick up on this.
You're right.
If that part of the floor is that soaked, number one, it means quite likely he is not bathing without assistance.
Oh,
And
yeah.
number
Walt
two,
is in there Walter, they call him a body man for a reason. Walt Nada is famously the dude who would hose him down and change his diaper and all that kind of shit. Walt Nada is also the guy
Yeah.
who allegedly flooded the server room at Mar-a-Lago to try and erase a bunch of shit, and the water didn't get deep enough because apparently the IT guy, who again quit rather than go along with this shit, put all the servers up off the floor in server racks, so it didn't work.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Walt Nada's the
Um,
guy who's his body guy who was there and did all that shit. And Trump gave him another job. He follows him around everywhere. Natalie Harp is the one who makes him feel good on the inside, and Walt Nada is the guy that makes him feel good on the outside. Oh God, I just made myself kind of vomit a little.
yeah, you
Just
couldn't make it
saying
through
it.
that.
Ah,
But
damn,
but no,
son.
if if we've got a patient that is getting a ton of water on the floor in that spot, we immediately know they are moving too slow to safely bathe if
Mm-hmm.
they are bathing in the standing position. We deal all the time with uh,
Mm-hmm.
tub benches, shower chairs,
Yeah.
walk-in showers, handheld shower heads, grab bars, all these different modifications that you got to have to keep our patients from falling in the bathroom. Because the thing about bathrooms, fiberglass, tile, porcelain, this stuff doesn't give. When you
Mm-hmm.
fall on it, it's going to break you. You're not going to
Mm-hmm.
break it.
And don't get
And
me started
so
on
as soon as
glass
I
shower
heard,
doors.
oh my God, so dangerous. But as soon as I heard that he was soaking that part of the carpet, tells me he's
Yeah.
standing there for far too long. If he's standing, he might be getting out of that shower and sitting to dry off because he's too fatigued to
Right.
stand. There's so many red flags and alarm bells
Yeah.
going off for me as a home health physical therapist. When I heard that, I was like, Jesus Christ, this guy, he's probably got, I bet you somebody's in there helping him bathe. I
Uh-huh.
bet you they are.
I guarantee it.
Yeah.
I know they have, the dude has 22 doctors. He's got some nurses, and he's got Walt Nada and
Mhm.
a couple of other people that are going to help him with this stuff. But there are going to be days
Mhm.
when he clearly is just sitting down and saying like more oil for the senator, and right. And we went through this with my dad when my dad chose to forego
Yeah.
chemo, or I mean, dialysis last year.
Hmm.
And it was just a hard fade. And near the end,
Yeah.
he needed help going to the bathroom, and he needed help showering every single time. And so when
Yeah.
that had to happen, the I was there. I went through all of it. Um,
Right.
and 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 I loved the guy. I loved my father, and I was, you know, so glad that I had the capability to be there with him as a human being as he went through this transition,
Yeah.
and he knew how much I loved him, and I, could fearlessly help take care of him. Trump's
Yeah.
kids aren't going anywhere near any of this shit, quite literally.
No.
And the people that are doing it, even Trump's got to know they're either doing it out of material obligation, which he might think of as a power move anyways, or because they're crazy sycophants like Walt Nada,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
they're yes men waiting to like feed off of his carcass. You know.
Hmm.
By the way, have you watched the Dark Crystal since we spoke last, young man?
No, I haven't.
Oh God damn it! I need you to have all those references in your head.
I
Um,
should. I do
yeah.
apologize.
Yes, it's on the list because the death of the emperor and the ascendance of Chamberlain is basically the White House right now in that thing. That's all I'm gonna say. Just
Okay.
these fucking
I'm
vulture
gonna have that in
people.
my head when I watch it.
Yes, you
Yeah.
are. And I can't tell who the main vulture is, who's Chamberlain in this. It seems like it would be Stephen Miller, but mainly because of looks and sort of skeeviness. But it could be everybody. But the kids aren't anywhere near this stuff. Like they're not even
No.
around. They're not golfing with him, right? That's I gotta say, like, for all the shit that people gave Biden. And by the way, Biden has a new book coming out. And there's a
I heard about that. I was like,
yeah.
Joe, why are you writing a book? Who cares?
Well, a lot of people actually. I would read it, but I also think like his entire legacy of being the poorest senator, becoming vice president, then becoming president, and serving for one term during this kind of thing. There's a lot of shit that went down, and I think a lot of people have questions about, why you didn't kind of wring Merrick Garland's neck, maybe those kind of things, what your reasoning was, and those. That's what this is a
That's
part
number
of.
one on the list.
This is your storyline. So here, I'll show you the video that they put, and you can take a look at this from a geriatric standpoint as well. This is the book is called "Promise Me America." Here it is.
Since I left the presidency, I've had a lot of people ask me, Joe, what have you been doing? I've been spending a lot of time with my family. I've been dealing with a cancer diagnosis, and I've been getting treatment, and it's been going really well. I want to thank all those who offered their prayers and their support and well wishes. It's meant the world to me and to Jill. I've written a book about my time as president. It's called Promise Me America. It's coming out in November, and it's available for pre-order now. It's about the challenges we face as a nation, about the decisions I made, and why I made them. Leading the country through COVID, rebuilding our economy, and restoring our democracy after the attack on January 6th. Ending our nation's longest war in Afghanistan, strengthening NATO, and supporting Ukraine. It's about why I chose to run for re-election and why I chose to step aside. Most of all, it's about my faith in the promise of America. The promise we made to those who've gone before us is to honor their sacrifice. The promises we made to one another and to treat everyone with dignity and respect. And the promises we made to future generations of Americans to remain the beacon to the world. Promise Me America is about my faith in America and the American people. I hope you'll read it, and I hope it strengthens your faith in what we can do as a nation and a people.
So, one of the things I can tell you about that, while I would say it's heavily edited, obviously, and they went through it, the guy with a lifelong stutter and age, related issues, is clearly going to have a hard time with that. But he's not 6 inches away from whatever teleprompter he's reading. I don't know if it's big as a house and they're using a giant projector to do it or whatever, if that's necessary. His eyes don't seem to be a problem. But at the very least, there is no, I don't necessarily see in this, they're not patching this part with AI the way I've seen with Trump.
No, that felt like a completely authentic recording of Joe Biden. I mean, it's got some, practical editing to it, but no, that's his voice, that's his phrasing.
Yeah, they're cutting it like a regular ad for a book. And
Yeah. Did you
one of
happen
the
to catch after
Mhm,
Lindsey Graham passed away? Did you happen to catch? It was a clip from years ago, like 2015 or so.
mhm.
Lindsey Graham was talking about Joe Biden with a reporter. Did you happen to see this? He's
Yes,
riding in a
I saw.
car somewhere.
Yeah, I saw that back
Yeah,
then. Even yeah.
right. Okay, that was the first time I'd seen it.
Hmm.
To be honest, that is the most powerful portrayal of Joe Biden I have ever heard.
Yeah, with a
And of
guy who
course,
worked with him
there's
for
plenty of things
years
to
and was on the other
criticize
side.
Biden about.
Hmm.
Yeah, but it just, and it was the real Lindsey Graham talking. You know
Yes.
what I mean? That wasn't Ladybug Graham or,
Hmm.
the MAGA Lindsey Graham, the war hawk, the warmonger Lindsey Graham. It was his authentic self talking about really personal shit.
Right.
And I was like,
I,
can't you guys just govern from that place for fuck's
yeah.
sake? Would it kill
Most of
you?
I
No
got to
pun
tell you,
intended.
a lot of times they can. For a long time they can, and we as an electorate sometimes forget that that's what's required, and so that again, the polarization that has happened over time, which is not an accident, both
Yeah.
from a party loyalist and purist point of view, both in the maggot world and in the far left of our side of the aisle, mixed with
Mhm.
foreign actors and that kind of stuff. The polarization is is not just the overall goal, but it's a money making opportunity for some. It's it's their only way of showing their worth by saying the other side is completely evil from start to finish. And when you get into that position, you forget that democracy is here to stop the fighting. We don't send real fighters to Washington. I don't care how much these assholes want to, like, it's as embarrassing when people are like, we need fighters in Washington. I hate that phrase. The same, like when Hegseth was doing this, like, we got to make sure we have a high T military, the high T Department of War, that shit, right? That's the same thing as saying, send me, I'll be a fighter. Like, no, you fucking won't. I expect you to get up every day and do your goddamn job. I expect you to be able to convey the ideas, convince them, draft legislation. If anything, push back in a well-researched way against witnesses in committee and stuff. But there will be no fighting. Thank you very much. That's the whole fucking point. Jan 6 was sending fighters to Washington. That's a bad idea. And in the case of like. And people play fast and loose with that word. And I know I get up on people's nerves because I insist on, giving a shit. It's a Libra thing. But Trump got sent there as a fighter. And he's not a fighter either. And he tacos half the time. And they are always behind him with a fucking broom trying to scoop up his turds and try to make him look less like a pussy all the time. Yeah. It's getting more embarrassing. Now, I know I'm holding you over, and I appreciate you staying longer. Epistemic Crisis is the channel everybody needs to check out on YouTube. But before I let you go, I want to ask you about the Mitch McConnell end of this, because similar circumstance.
He's dead.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks very much. Good night, everybody. That's the right.
That son of a bitch is dead.
Yeah. Are you thinking clinically brain dead and still... Yeah, on a respirator is what you're thinking?
Right. So he's either fully dead, not on life support, or he's on life support. The proof of life photo that they released is fabricated. The statement that they released along with it is just something we're supposed to trust his staff that he made these statements. And there's just no other proof beyond that. And Andy Bashir, I just posted this video before I jumped on. Andy Bashir is considering appointing a Democrat to take McConnell's place because he authentically, and again, the law was changed in 2024 because they knew Mitch McConnell was about to fucking die. That's why they did it. And they knew he was sick way back then. And Bashir is publicly wondering, or publicly saying that he may go ahead and appoint a Democratic replacement, because he believes that legally he has the standing based on the Kentucky State Constitution to do so. And if he is willing to publicly say that, first of all, it means nobody knows where the fuck Mitch McConnell is. If he's even wondering aloud about that possibility, it means nobody knows. Second of all, it would be a fantastic development to keep these assholes from passing the SAVE Act or some bullshit, tying it to the National Defense Reconciliation, whatever. But yeah, I think that's what's going on. And nobody, if all Mitch McConnell had, if the statement is to be believed, all Mitch McConnell had was a fall, but no injuries and a little bit of pneumonia. Well, it doesn't take a goddamn month to get over that. I'm sorry. So he's either on life support or he's already
at that age. There's no such thing as a little bit of pneumonia. Like if it's pneumonia, it's, you can have a little bit of bronchitis that they were treating. You can have a lingering cough like I have that's tailing off of my sore throat from last month that sneaks along with you. And it's annoying, but it's not interrupting your life. But pneumonia is a whole different, that's like saying a little bit of sepsis. He had a little touch of sepsis, right? Yeah.
No, it's funny. I heard Josh Johnson, the stand-up comedian, he said, I heard that Lindsey Graham died. And my first thought was, that is a strange way to spell Mitch McConnell.
Right. Well, I think a lot of people were shocked by that as well, like that turn, that Lindsey beat him across the finish line like they had an agreement.
Complete
But
surprise.
but
Well,
and to yeah.
Lindsay made a 35-hour trip from Kyiv back to DC without
Mm-hmm.
staying overnight in Krakow.
Mm-hmm.
That was his mistake. His
Mm-hmm.
body couldn't handle it. He already had
Right.
hardened arteries from atherosclerosis. His father dropped dead of a heart attack at 69. He outlived his dad by 2 years and still had an aortic dissection.
Right.
So as far as I know, ruling out the Russians poisoning somebody, which they don't give a fuck, they would do it.
Right. They would absolutely do it.
But
Yep.
that's my take at the moment.
So, how do you think Trump, in his, leading up to his little statement tonight, and seeing the vultures like J.D. Vance making their little moves around him, and him trying to like elbow each of them, making him and Marco do shitty things that will limit their chances in 2028 with this fiction that he might try to run again, I'm like, fucking please. First of all,
Yeah.
Obama would gladly like go, hey, how about we get the band back together? Like, get the fuck
That's
out
right.
of here. Like, don't
right.
be an idiot. And it would be hilarious. Even if he joked with it, it would probably give Trump a stroke. But and then he looks at Mitch McConnell, who, is only a couple years older than him. You know what I mean? Like, this is Mitch McConnell is now to halfway through Biden's term older than Trump. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then Lindsey drops dead. And Trump's like, well, his dad went that way. And like, hey, man, your dad went the way you're going.
Yes, that's correct. But see, Fred did not have nearly as much going on like Donald does. Donald's got a
Right.
lot more other stuff. The
Stress.
comorbidities are coming out of his ass. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bad diet.
And I also want to say, oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to mention before I jump off,
Yeah.
my TikTok account was actually banned.
Whoa.
So I restarted. Yeah, it got banned just beyond 250,000 followers. So I started a new one and it's now available. And I'm already at like 45,000 followers.
There you go. Is it the same name or
So-
what are you calling it now?
It's the handle is at Epistemic Crisis 5. So the number 5 is added to the end of the handle, but otherwise it's
because they've
I'm
kicked you
using
off
the same
4
profile
other
picture.
times?
No, I think it was
Okay.
randomly chose that handle.
I see. You're
Yeah.
allowed to, like, if they give you one, you're allowed to monkey with it a little bit. You can try again. Yeah, I'm just saying. It's all right. But it's
right.
fine. 5's my favorite number. It's my, I was born on the 25th of September on my mom's birthday. So 5 is my mom and my lucky number. So it works. We'll appreciate it. So Epistemic Crisis 5 is alive on TikTok. Right. Thank you so much for coming on today. I will be really curious to watch your take on the thing tonight. And, and again, depending on how long it is, I'm going to basically go live with it when it happens, if it happens on time, which is always the problem. I've got a family obligation at 7 our time here. So obviously, if he just rambles on, I wouldn't be able to cover the whole thing. But if it's relatively close to the same thing, the main thing I will be watching for is how much AI are they using?
Yes.
Yeah.
And also pay attention to if his speech, like today, the clip you showed today, his speech is on the table in front of him when he's in a seated position, or if he's reading his speech off of the podium or the table in front of him and his head has to lean forward.
Ugh.
The saliva collects
yeah.
in his mouth and he cannot
hate
clear it.
It's so gross.
Yeah.
Like the slurp that happened in that news interview that he did. I know you're going to go look at it at some point. The ones in Pennsylvania that he did with Fox News, and you're going to know exactly which one I'm talking about, because it's like an old cartoon from Ren and Stimpy where he's just like doing a loogie and it almost touches their forehead and sucks it right back up. It's so loud. It was so gross.
Thanks,
like anybody in my chat will tell you. Yeah, already. Blah, blah, blah. So thank you so much, Doc, for jumping in here with me. I appreciate it. You being a guest on the nighttime show. It's a rarity that we do that. So anyways, much love to you. Take care of yourself and be safe, and good luck with Epistemic Crisis 6 when you launch that. It'll be great. Yeah.
Right. All right, thanks, man. See you
Awesome.
later.
All right. Cheers. There he goes. Doc Adam, everybody. And by the way, the somebody was saying like jokes about dementia are, you know, we're not joking about dementia as a thing. We're joking about the White House, Trump and those around him pretending it's not happening and lying to the American people. The actual act of it, the stuff that they're hiding, it's the fact that they're trying to hide it. If they gave a shit, we wouldn't even witness any of this stuff. They had a 25th Amendment in him earlier this year and let him like fade out with dignity, but they're not. So, yeah. Just saying for the record. Yeah, Doc Adam is great. So check out his channel and go and subscribe to his Tic Tac, as Donald Trump calls it. Half the time, too, I think there's a Jesus. Okay, hold on. I'm going to bring this up real quick. Half the time there's this, I don't even know, like, I don't know if it's dementia or Trump's just stupid. And I mean that sincerely. Because he talks about, he used to brag that he would have Tic Tacs whenever he was about to kiss a woman without her consent. Right? He said that on the Access Hollywood tape. If anybody got a Tic Tac, I just start kissing beautiful women. I can't stop myself or whatever. I just guess that. So he would have Tic Tacs because he's new. At least he had some awareness that his breath is foul, and so he would have Tic Tacs all the time. So that's been part of his shit forever. Like that Tic Tac has been his part. As a matter of fact, he used it as a prop. If you'll recall, he found the Tic Tac minis and said, because of inflation, Tic Tacs have gone from this to this, without realizing that the Tic Tac minis come in a pack of 4. And they're the same size as the other one. It was so dumb. There were like 3 sexy liberal shows where I had Tic Tacs in my pocket. Literally things of Tic Tac, like 2 identical ones. Because I was going, look at Tic Tacs before, the Tic Tacs now. Because that's the reality. And I literally had so many jokes and I was out of time so fast that I never got around to my little fucking Carrot Top moment where they were in my pocket. So, he's trying to kiss a woman now. She'd punch him in the nunt. Maybe. That's entirely possible. Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, oh, it's a rough one. That's a rough nunt there. Sorry. That's gotta hang on. Whew. Yikes. Hit the like, share the show. Call to action. Subscribe, will you? I've got so many viewers, and they're nowhere near a percentage of my subscribers. Like my subscribers are nowhere near a percentage of that. So please click the little button. Just do it. It's free, and it's not like they're going to use it to track you. Simmer. But this is I'll tell you how to make money. Do magnets.
And I called the captain of the ship. He wasn't even sweating. All you got, Jamie Dimon would be sweating that. You wouldn't like that. We have a different kind of strength, Jamie, right? We don't have that. But think of it. 111 missiles are coming at you, and he's drinking his coffee, taking it easy. And one after another, we have the greatest
Ping pong, bang, ping pong.
people, most importantly, but we have the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. There's nothing like it. 5 years ago, 6 years ago,
There is something like it. The Iron Dome, the Patriot missile, the interceptors. They have anti-drone weapons that cause interference. There's a lot of things like it. I'm just saying.
imagine you couldn't even think about a thing like that happening.
Yes, you could. You would if you were going to declare war on a fucking country. One would think, especially one that's been selling drones to Russia during the entire Ukraine war.
The JWF Industries is expanding its
Oh, there's the slobber.
Burr facility, and then
Fuck.
anticipating over $500 million in new contracts to build new vehicles, weapons, and components, and they make great stuff.
Yeah, the components. Let me tell you. Mwah.
Voyager Technologies will be investing hundreds of millions of dollars in turning Pittsburgh into an international robotics and space technology hub.
Yeah, taxpayer money.
And the robotics is so important because Again,
Because robots.
we have the most people working right now in the United States than ever before. We need manpower and woman power.
And robot power.
AI software
Sorry, robots are important because we have too many people working, and so we need man and woman power. Which, considering their issues with trans people, are we gonna have to watch a stupid fucking hour-long video from Matt Walsh that, like, what is a robot?
Air will be spending $450 million to expand their Pittsburgh office, and Carnegie Robotics in
What are we gonna, their office? What are you gonna do? Put in a stripper pole in a hot tub?
Pittsburgh will have the chance to produce hundreds of millions of dollars worth of
God damn, the slobbering. That's exactly what Doc Adam was talking about.
autonomous technology for the United States Army and its vehicles. The Firepoint
He's breezing right past autonomous technology. He's not even going to take a swing at that.
Energy and Tunnelton will be investing at least $170 million in pilot program to convert coal waste into jet fuel, electrical power, and critical minerals. And I hope you're going to do magnets. Somebody out there, I hope you're all brilliant people. Magnets. Do magnets, okay? I'll
Do magnets.
tell you how to make money. Do magnets. You're doing a lot of great stuff. Do magnets. Because one thing we don't
Or magnets. Sure.
have, but we're getting close, but do magnets. So I hope John Gray is listening to me so he can give him a couple of bucks and go into the magnet business. I guarantee it's going to be a success. It's one thing we don't, for some reason, it's not complex, not hard. We have the material. For some reason, they just don't, they don't do it. We need magnets. So one of you companies out there, go out, I'll teach you how to make money. Just do it. Companies like
Well, the federal government will pay you, is what he means.
Adelon, Kratos, Advanced Cooling Technologies, Sphere Brake Defense, JP Morgan Chase, and Q Intel, among many others, will be expanding their investments all across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In addition, the defense subsidiary of the legendary Pennsylvania company, Mack Trucks. Oh, I met him the other day. Where's Mr. Mack Truck? Where the hell
Mr. Mack Truck. Tim Mack Truck to you.
are you? He was great, making a beautiful, thank you very much, making a beautiful truck. He's trying to sell 15,000 of them to us, 15. I said, how many are you looking to sell? Sir, 15,000. I thought he said 15 because it's a big, beautiful truck. I made a speech 2-3 weeks ago, and they had a sample of the truck right
Oh, yeah. We covered this when he said this stupid shit before.
behind where I spoke. It made me look very small, sort of like Dukakis, remember, in the tank? I said, get that truck the hell out of here. I immediately thought of Dukakis with the helmet
What is he talking about? He was in the truck honking the horn.
and the massive helmet, the massive tank, and you didn't even see him. That was not good. He went down 20 points after that. So I said, get that truck out. But the truck was amazing, actually. But I said, how many? He said 15,000. I thought he said 15. So I said, he's going to sell 15. That's a lot of trucks. He said, no, actually 15,000, sir. So, but it's a beautiful truck, and I think
Great story. I was moved. I laughed. I cried. It became a part of me.
he's got a good shot at doing it.
Does he? So you're handing the donor guy from Mack Trucks a no-bid contract to buy 15,000 trucks in exchange for parking one on the White House lawn and letting you honk the horn? Holy shit. So, I think, hold on one second. I'm going to, yeah. Can I just say that the hearings were, what's the phrase? There's a phrase that Trump used before about the Blanche hearings and the Jay Clayton hearings.
Not good.
That's what it was. And I like as evasive and shitty as Blanche was, the Jay Clayton one really stood out because like Warner and Ossoff both asked him like who won the 2020 election, specifically about because Trump is supposedly going to attack Georgia tonight.
Do you deny that Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
Senator, I'm not an election denier. Joe Biden was certified as the president of the United States.
Election denial is something we cannot have. So I will take that as you do not deny that Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
Yeah, I'm not, I think, let me just be clear. We have substantial work to do, and I've made it, in improving our electoral processes. It's part of national security, and
Yeah, if somebody like Trump can get elected, something's fucked up.
I feel strongly about that.
We're coming into election season. I want to make sure you are on the record. If confirmed, you will commit you will not interfere with or comment inappropriately on U.S. elections.
Senator, you outlined the role correctly. The role is to deal with foreign interference in U.S. elections, which is something I'm gravely concerned about. But that's the role.
And finally, we cannot have the DNI trying to put his or her hands on the scales in terms of tipping the outcome of any American election. Will you commit to not put those hands on the scales?
The role of the intelligence community is to provide information, not to engage in policy or those things. So yes.
Right, but he'll call it policy of the president that he's, or he'll call the president's policy part of his job if he has to go out and be interviewed. Good Lord. So this part, hold on one second. And by the way, I want to thank any of the maggots that showed up in the chat today, especially in the vertical. They seem to live over there. Thank you guys for helping us out with the algorithm, helping us boost it. Please, if you haven't yet, give a thumbs down. If you like the show, give a thumbs up. But if you're a maggot and you're from somewhere, let us know. That you're not a Russian or Chinese or Macedonian bot, and just I think, how can we prove it? Just put your social security number in there and post it along with your address and your PIN number, and we appreciate you being here. Okay, so this is where did it go? Okay, this is so there are a couple of areas where the maggot faithful are going off the rails a bit, or having a rough go of it. Like our dear old friends, the Hodge twins, who turned themselves into the conservative twins and have now recently gone back to calling themselves the Hodge twins. And Tuckums Carlson, who, look, I'm, again, not here to yuck anybody's yum. That's okay.
Deeper and longer.
It's up to you. But do you get the feeling that they're not comfortable about the direction of the polling going into the fall and the direction of the Conservative Party? Colin Bryn says, "Hal, I'm Irish. I should hope so with a name like that. By gosh and by golly." Welcome. I'm kidding. Sláinte. So we're cooked. This is pretty. That's very. Stop beating around the bush and tell us how you really feel. But apparently this was, I guess, the other side, because Tucker put his interview on his channel from them, and they put their interview of him on their channel, and they're just pulling clips, I guess. But I don't know which of the Hodge twins this is. They're twins. They're identical. So why would I bother to commit? But he doesn't look comfortable, and Tucker looks a bit nervous.
I got a question I want to ask you about Trump and his family and MAGA supporters. Like, when I think of MAGA, I think of blue-collar, white, hardworking Americans, God-fearing, rural areas. They served in the military. Their kids are serving in the military. How do you explain them embracing someone like Trump, who dodged the war?
Oh my God! What? Now I know why they dropped the conservative part. Holy shit! Again, hey, Hodge twins. Hold on. I feel like we owe them, a classic. Where are we? Did I put it in here? Yeah.
To the party, pal.
That's right. I don't know how long. Hey, look, it took you long enough, but Christ Almighty. Now you, just like Tucker, owe people like me a fucking apology, because we were not attacking you. We were trying to warn you. I don't have a problem with you voting for somebody you think has Christian values. I don't even have a problem with you voting for somebody you think has traditional marriage values or whatever the fuck you want. Because it's a free country. You can vote for whoever the fuck you want. But don't vote for Epstein's wingman and then try to sell him as, anything but the Antichrist and go, I'm shocked he didn't keep his word when we were all yelling, he's a liar. He's a flim-flam man. You're getting suckered as much. Like, we're feeling the effects of it. Like, on our side of the aisle, we know what he's going to do. But you're not immune to the damage he's doing just because you voted for him. And there seemed to be a group of people who thought they would be. Like, I voted for him, so prices will be lower for me.
And Trump's family, who's never enlisted in the military. Like,
oh, it's worse than that. He apparently slapped Don Jr. across the face and told him he would disown him if he joined the military, because that's what poor people do.
Barron's not enlisted in them.
He also said that prisoners of war are not heroes. I like my heroes, like people who aren't captured. About John McCain, who could have gone home again, could have been traded as an officer, but he decided to stay with his men. And I had a lot of problems with John McCain. I had a lot of political differences from him, but there is no question that in that situation, with both of his fucking shoulders broken, he was a hero for doing that. And this whole, we back the blue and love our military nonsense from the right, when they just sat by while he shit on McCain for his military service. Not his voting record. His military service. He mocked it. So anybody who's got a POW flag on their fucking motorcycle at Sturgis, he's calling you a sucker and a loser too.
In the military. Why do you think there's such a strong allegiance from this base of voters for people like the Trump and his family?
I think there are a couple of reasons. I mean, I'm one of them. I'm not from a working class background, hardly. But
yeah. And you didn't serve, and you're one of the elites. You're one of the people that, why would any of those people listen to you? And obviously, you fell asleep while you were ball tanning and somebody bumped the light, didn't they? He's literally sunburned. He tried to darken his skin before he had an interview with the Hodge twins. This is creepy.
Trump's voters are still my favorite people by far in this country. They're great.
Yeah, you don't hang out with any of them. You wouldn't.
People, I live right in the middle of them.
Right. Yeah, right in the middle of them. He means the fucking woods. I live up on a hill. I can see them from here.
Most honest, decent, patriotic, loving toward their families.
Right.
Just great people. Why did they fall for Trump? Why did I fall for Trump? Well, a couple of reasons. One,
you're stupid. And you're so busy vilifying other people that you couldn't hear a legit warning.
There was a masculine energy there.
What? Where? With Trump? Why? Because he had a trophy wife? Which is usually a giant red flag about a little Jimmy?
Nations need a masculine energy. They need the feminine too. It's a balance, of course.
Right. And we have you, so obviously.
But they need masculine energy. Masculine energy is the energy of creation, of rules.
All right, this is just creepy.
Of standards, of principles, universal standards. It's not arbitrary. It's abstract in some sense. That's a masculine energy. Dad's home. You violated the rules. You're getting punished.
Right, which, by the way, does not apply to Trump in any way because of all the times he fucking tacos.
Raise a taco, take a bite. Trump always chickens out, so it's gonna be alright.
This is just idiotic.
Is the statement that restored.
What? And again, all right, then explain the fucking MOU and the whole, they want to make a deal. They totally want to make a deal. They called me. They want to make a deal. About an hour ago, they called me. They want to make a deal. They so want to make a deal. And then we make a deal with them. And then they tear it up. And you can't even make a deal. These people are fucking crazy. But they called me again and they want to make a deal. Get the fuck out of here. Masculine.
Order to the household. And increasingly.
Which he did not in any way. It's been chaotic and slipshod. Just the lack of any kind of anchored morality alone puts the lie to this.
or leadership class is emasculated. It's unhappy women and castrated men. And everyone feels this, by the way. I don't think women like it any more than men like it. In fact, I think women really hate it. But whatever, that's
Jesus Christ. He'd been on this tip for a while about like how like that's why he's ball tanning and all this nonsense. Dude, you're the dweebiest. I really think this has to do with the fact that he's got Rachel Maddow's haircut, and it still makes him look less masculine than her.
where we are. So Trump shows up, and in his kind of defiance and craziness and grab him by the pussy vulgarity, which is disgusting, of course.
Of course, but you'd still vote for it, and he meant it. It's not just the vulgarity. He did it. It's sexual assault. He bragged about it. Just like he told everybody he loved to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. He's a lot of fun to be with. They were friends for over 25 years.
But it was also read by a lot of people as like, oh, finally there's a man here. And he's a pig.
Right.
Got it. A lot of men are.
Right.
But like, at least there's a man, finally. You can't look at Joe Biden. No, I'm serious. And
Right.
countries need men. Families need men. And they need women too. But it's a balance. And we're totally out of balance. And just like you wake up and everybody's gay or like gay adjacent or
I feel like this is a moment of projection for Tuckums.
Would deeper and longer.
And even if you're like, I'm not mad at the gays or whatever, which is how I've always felt, always been pretty liberal with the gay stuff. It's like, you really want to live in a country where everybody's gay?
That's not how it works.
Or sort of gay? No.
Well, honestly, I mean, speaking from a point of view that there's actually gay people, and then there might be some sort of amorphous 8th grade category of sort of gay, that he's it. Like that, like most of the time in any normal circumstance, if they weren't working together, that's how the Hodge twins would describe Tucker Carlson.
It's crazy. And all of a sudden, like, it becomes
because it's not a thing. Again, this like allowing gay people to have their rights means you want everybody to be gay is again this kind of like binary that points to an intellectual weakness, just a cognitive weakness on his part.
Catty, and it becomes exactly what you think it would be in a country where everyone's gay.
Right.
So I think Trump was a relief from that. Okay. Second, I think people suspected for a long.
How? First of all, Bessent is gay and married, has kids, and used to work for George Soros, and Trump made him the Treasury Secretary. Please, maggots in the chat room, help me make that make sense. Let me say that again for the folks in the back of the room. Maggots, you do know this, right? You do know that Scott Bessent was George Soros's protege, and he's gay, and he has children with his husband. You know this, right? What are you talking about? How about Grinnell, who he made the head of the CIA and then the head of the I think he put him on the board of the Kennedy Center because gays can keep a secret and they like plays. Like, this is so fucking dumb. Roy Cohn, Trump's, first bestie. For real. Like, make this make sense. If that's the issue. If this is the issue he's presenting, like, we gotta have a balance, but what the hell? His Treasury Secretary, who's arguably his favorite cabinet member, the guy he never fucks with, is a gay man who's married with children, and bless his heart, and I hope they're happy, their family and whatnot. And he used to work for George Soros. He made his money working for George Soros. Donald Trump made a George Soros mentee the head of the Treasury. Make it make sense.
Long before I even knew, like, I was very late to a lot of this stuff, but
as you are with most things,
they suspected that it was a rigged game and that both sides were colluding against everybody else. And they were absolutely right. Trump.
No, they weren't.
has proved that, paradoxically. But
How? By getting elected twice? Because, I'm sorry, now that he's turned out to be the liar we told you he was, when you convince people to vote for him, suddenly he's an arm of the deep state that he never should have won, but they wanted him.
Trump seemed like an alternative. Like, and the way you
Yes, to civility, to the Constitution, to American ideals.
knew that Trump was sincere in his desire to drain the swamp is that the swamp tried to put him in prison.
That's not why they tried to put him in fucking prison. If anything, the swamp didn't bother him until he tried to fucking get an army of assholes to kill them.
Created this whole fake J6 thing.
The fake J6 thing, where there is literally the people that were convicted because they filmed themselves beating cops.
To make sure he could never run again. And J6 was fake. Sorry, total.
No, it wasn't fake. It was not fake. The definition of fake doesn't fit this at all.
Fake.
Bullshit. The fuck is that?
And the document charges.
You know what's fake? His fucking wood cabin. His fucking I'm a man of the countryside. This asshole is an heir to the Swanson frozen dinner fortune. He was born with a silver spoon up his ass. He's never had to have a real job, and he still doesn't have one. And the idea that he would the fucking nerve of this dude to make it look like he lives in a cabin in the goddamn woods with a bunch of books that were put there by other people and knickknacks that were bought at fucking, like flea markets or a Filene's basement to fill in the background so he looks like he belongs. That's fucking fake. You know what was real about Tucker? The fucking bow tie. That was real. That was real Tucker. Fake. Get the fuck out of here. The fuck is wrong with these assholes? Who in the hell believes that Tucker Carlson is clearly these days, Maggie's Bones trying to shoehorn populist horseshit that he does not live in between ads for nicotine pouches, coffee, and fucking right-wing mortgage companies and gold. That's what he does for a fucking living now. For play money. And does anybody who watches shit actually go, what a man of the people. Man of the land. This is like when fucking Rusty Trombone, Russell Brand has stacked firewood behind him out a window, which if you pay attention, that window is a TV screen. Good Lord.
Charged him under in the Mar-a-Lago raid, and all this stuff was all fake.
No, it was not fake. It was absolutely not fake. If it was fake, he would have been able to defend it in court very easily. He wouldn't have needed one of his appointed judges to dismiss it without cause ahead of time.
Everyone could see it was fake. It was
No, they couldn't. Not at all. And by the way, what was fake was what he was saying to you. And he is not, he hasn't changed now that he got in his second term. He has not changed. He's always been the same flim-flam man. But now you have to say he changed, he turned, somebody got to him, because you can't admit you were a sucker or you were lying on his behalf knowing full well he was going to do this shit.
Fake, and they, whatever. And so if he's being attacked in a real way by the swamp,
it's not by the swamp. What's fake about the fact that he materially told the IRS his properties were worth less than they actually were, and he knew it, and told the banks his properties were worth more than they actually were, and he knew it. Both of those are a crime. It's what the Christy knows best guy, the curiously gay dad who had that reality show. He and his wife did the same thing. They went to jail for it. Trump pardoned them.
Clearly not of the swamp. He's clearly an alternative to the swamp.
He's clearly not. What is more swampy than crony capitalism and giving your family and your friends no-bid contracts and secret deals? And I mean, I don't mind because, I mind the part where he uses taxpayer money, but when he's just fucking with maggots who buy his Trump coin, sorry, sucks to be you, I guess.
People voted for Trump not because they loved the Republicans, but because they were dissatisfied with the Republicans. Trump wasn't a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
Trump took over the Republican Party and made it into his own image.
Mm-hmm.
And that was why.
Which is what? Grotesque, like you were saying before?
People liked him. They're like the party of Mitt Romney versus the party of Chuck Schumer. That's the same party, dude.
Yeah.
And Trump seemed like.
And no, it's not. It abso-fucking-lutely is not. And this, by the way, this like both parties are the same shit is how he excuses himself from hard selling Trump. Like, this is just, people wanted an alternative because these people were all the same. Like, nope, you're supposed to get together and work shit out. Half the electorate is convinced of one thing, half is of the others convinced of it. And so they're going to have to get together and work most shit out. And you're not going to like it because you're not going to get everything you want. And so as a petty fucking rich kid, you're going to react to compromise amongst the electorate like a fucking red-faced toddler. Look at his fucking face right now.
An option. So I think that's why.
Okay.
Plus he's hilarious. He's hilarious. Like
if you're gross.
He's the funniest person ever. So that helps. I
He also is not.
think.
Yeah. All the money's made with in his second term, and like the crypto scams, and his son's on all these boards getting government contracts, and they got millions of shares in these companies. Why do you think MAGA still supports that when they were so adamantly against Joe Biden and his family and his son for doing pretty much the same thing? But what
Pretty much the same thing. Sorry, is there direct evidence of that?
Trump and his family is doing, it makes Hunter Biden look like a choir boy.
Well, because he didn't actually do any of those things. Like there was no compromise that affected American policy. We didn't like land on Ukraine's side because Hunter Biden had been on a gas board.
I don't know what
Oh, yeah, you do.
MAGA is exactly. I've never understood that.
What? You just spent the last 3 minutes like describing it. It's a reaction to the uniparty idea and that he was an anti-deep state thing and that the America first and all this. Like, you don't know what it is now? Good fucking God.
Right.
MAGA is whatever Trump says it is, I guess.
No, it clearly isn't because of the reaction from the maggots when he doesn't do it.
Yes. I think a better way to think about it is of the people who voted for Donald Trump in
Who define themselves by a hat.
2024, how many are dissatisfied with what they're seeing?
60%.
And that would be 100% of the people I know who voted for Trump. They may not hate Trump. I mean, I think there's a lot of residual affection for Trump. I mean, I couldn't be more disgusted by Trump's betrayal. I couldn't be sadder about the...
It seems like you could be. If you still think he's the funniest person in the world, I think you probably could.
grave damage he's done to the country. And I still kind of like the guy because I can't help it.
Right, because your fellow travelers as far as being scumbags and you're rich assholes. I guess you guys, ultimately, it's just that private school clique thing. It just never breaks.
There is a deep well of affection for him personally, his lunacy, his stream of consciousness, comedy rants. Like, everyone likes that stuff, let's be honest.
No, they don't. And also, whatever those comedy rants were, they're fucking gone. Now they're just rambles.
Honest, or at least
It's only funny because you think he's kidding. It's only funny because you think the absurd shit he says is a joke. You think it was a comedy ramble that he's like, we're going to charge a 20% toll. And then the emirs and MBS called me and said, no, we'd rather invest in the country. So, and it's probably better because I don't think anybody should charge a toll. Like, motherfucker, you're the only one who brought it up.
I always did. So disappointed. They don't hate him. And by the way, they think the left, you know, the angry girl party in the Democratic side, they know they don't want that.
Right.
So it's like they're kind of betwixt and between. But what percentage of people who voted for Trump in 2024 feel let down or betrayed? A lot. So,
Right, and it's your fault. You, along with the TYT crowd and stuff, with this, like, it doesn't really matter, and he's an outsider, and maybe he'll be different, and it's basically a coin flip anyways. All that talk put him in office twice. And all the people, like myself, who were saying the whole time, like, this is predictable shit, were right. He's a liar. I don't care if you think he was in there for your values and you still hold those values to be true. He's betraying them. And I knew he would. I and most of the people in my chat room knew he would. Talked about it all the time. Like, this guy is clearly full of shit. Ukraine war, Russia war, one phone call. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to have so much money. You're going to be tired of winning. And the rest of us were going, hey, assholes, he bankrupted a casino. Trump Steaks, Trump University, Trump Vodka, which he didn't even drink, but he sold anyways. Trump Airlines, the football team. His dad's company, Trump Industry, like, they went from building buildings to a branding company. They haven't built any actual properties since the last of his dad's properties ended. He just slaps his name on something and picks drapes. He turned his father's building empire into an interior decorating and branding firm. It's fucking pathetic. And it was obvious. And the other thing is, like, it goes straight to this whole, like, you brush it off and he's hilarious and he's brash and masculine or whatever. But again, how long would it have taken you to figure out Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile? And if it's anywhere under 25 years, you would have beat Trump.
the real MAGA. It's people, you could say I'm MAGA. No one even can define it. Did you vote for Trump in 2024 or didn't you? And if you did, you're in MAGA, at least as it was originally defined. Mm-hmm. And I think a huge percentage of those people feel really sad about what's happened.
Aw, what did they got the sads? Everybody, that's what they got. They got the sads after old date. Why no have a situation like that? Not good. How come? How come I have a sads? Because never saw it coming. They never did. They didn't see it coming. They didn't know but a bad man. Everybody say bad man, but didn't say no. I didn't think it was a bad man. And now find out you're a bad man, and you're already in the van.
What do you think's going to go down in the midterms?
I mean, I think the Republican Party is going to get spanked like the bad little girl it is.
Sorry, they're the girls now? Okay. There seems to be a lot of, like, I would say sexual anger towards women at your either own inadequacies or the expectation that you would be attracted to them.
I mean, of course.
Yes, Tucker is sunburned. He was ball tanning and missed.
Of course.
He's such a dickhead. He was ball tanning and got his face.
President's party almost always loses some seats, but the Republican Party is pathetic. It's craven. It has no dignity. It doesn't even speak for itself. The Speaker of the House is like the weirdest, creepiest, most dishonest person ever, and he's not even man enough to be dishonest or creepy openly. I mean, whatever you think about Lindsey Graham, at least he's like out there defending his insane homoerotic positions, right? But someone like Mike Johnson, who's
was this before he died? Did they? Yeah, I guess it was. This was taped. They posted this, but this interview happened before Graham died.
Literally the number 3.
What's up, Boston Brian? Are you in Ukraine yet, or are you still in transition
guy from
to
the president?
Are you going like slingshotting through Poland or whatever it takes? Are you on a train? We love you. Be safe.
See, he's the head of the Republican Party in some ways in the Congress. That guy, it's like, would you want your kid to grow up to be that? No, of course not. The whole thing is just contemptible. It's contemptible. Now, the question is, what's the alternative? And I don't see much of an alternative. I mean, I really don't.
How about the party that actually passed an infrastructure act? Actually did it. First one in, what, 28 years, 26 years? How about that party? Just did it. How about the Chips and Science Act that Trump is taking credit for with all these like chip factories that he keeps calling factories that aren't? How about the party that actually does that shit? Fixes the bridges instead of spending all this money naming them after themselves. Isn't that enough? I don't look to fucking politicians to be symbols of masculinity or femininity and some sort of North Star for my like sexual or philosophical or religious behavior. They have a job to do. Do they do it or not? And when Democrats get in, shit gets fixed. The budget gets reconciled at best and certainly goes down. You know, Clinton, we had a surplus. We don't get into new wars. Biden got us out of Afghanistan after Trump ran on the promise of doing it and still says he wouldn't have left. That's what the alternative is. The weird part is looking for some sort of like a character anchor. Let's see. Thank you, CSL. Yeah, I don't know if we just hang out and keep rolling. I feel like we do until that thing comes up. I might need to check on the fam. I think they're gonna have to order food and all that stuff. I do need to check one thing. Talk amongst yourself. I will check one thing just to make sure. Excellent. Hi there, everybody. Welcome back to the show. Hit that like, share the show. Yeah, so we're all clear. I'm going to stay on here. We're having a late dinner tonight. So we're going to hop along. Thank you. Yes, that's the hold music. Cats are indeed awesome. We won't be there. There won't be one right now, but perhaps later. Who knows? We might need one after Trump's whatever. And feel free to hang or bounce around. Now, again, Tucker's sort of in the business of like just, I don't know, it's a lot of CYA, quite frankly. It's just him complaining and saying, like, how could people believe this shit when he sold it for years? It's maddening and weak and stupid and all the things. But the worst part of it is how he speaks in absolutes all the time. Obviously, clearly, this is always like these people are the worst. They're the worst. They're the absolute worst and the terrible and Bobby. Like that kind of language gets particularly irritating considering how hard he was on the selling of this in the first place. And obviously, clearly, he's a rich, like a second generation rich kid asshole. And he will forever have as his North Star is kind of like own Ayn Randian upbringing. And so everything he says, you're allowed to lie for your own benefit as a Darwinian. And all of his bullshit about being a Christian, I just call nonsense on that. I don't see it. He's in the Baltics. Excellent. Hey, Brian. Be safe, will you? So let me, but it's not just, there seems to be concern all around, is what I'm saying. I'll show you what I mean with a couple of needle drops. This is Christian Broadcasting Network. Trump says Iran defeat coming soon. They've got it in quotes. As Vance appears to nix large U.S. ground operation. And I love the word appears to nix. Appears.
Straight day, U.S. Central Command launched strikes, including rare daytime raids targeting Iranian military infrastructure.
We've been trading strikes the entire time the MOU has been in place.
The Islamic Republic of
of Japan.
Iran is not happy right now. Should have been done 47 years ago.
The
Make them happy?
attacks come as the U.S. continues its naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. In turn, Iran's Revolutionary Guard is threatening to block Middle East energy exports, a move that could shake
They fired cruise missiles at whatever, 3 ships now?
global oil markets. For now, President Trump is reportedly leaning toward expanding U.S.
Leaning toward expanding. Does anybody know what the fuck he's going to do? Nah. But he's certainly not going to fix it, so I guess he's leaning towards not fixing it?
military operations in Iran.
Shit.
We'll have Iran defeated soon. They'll be defeated very soon.
According to the Wall Street Journal,
Sorry, based on what? Hold on, let me, let's see. This is this one. I'm going to put some, I got to, this one. There, we have, quit it. Hello? Okay. Trying to find there. Oh yeah, there we go. I got it. Okay. With Trump,
Say whether or not I know where he is, but there's a good probability that I do.
a good probability that you forgot already. And then there's a, where is it? Then alien voting, official link to Epstein. All right, I'll find the other one later. We've got the Islamic Republic of Japan quote someplace.
options under consideration include additional airstrikes, seizing Iranian islands near the strait, and targeting a fortified site suspected of supporting covert nuclear activities.
That's the pickaxe.
And they do want to settle. We'll find out whether or not we settle with them or we just finish it off.
No, they don't. They fucking well don't. What are you talking about? Why does he think I mean, this has got to be just market manipulation. This is like he's just counting on them. They must know that there's so many algorithms running the trading right now that if he just says it still kicks in. Like they have the AIs that most people are using to trade oil futures have not learned that he's bullshitting.
Same time, Vice President J.D. Vance is making it clear what is not on the table when he appeared on the Joe Rogan podcast.
To propose sending in the troops, you're basically saying that the U.S. military should do the job for the Iranian people. We're not in that business anymore.
Sorry. Thank you. There it is. This one. Yeah. Fabulous. Hold on. I'm going to drag that in there. Thank you very much. Yeah, there we go.
The Islamic Republic of Japan.
There we go. Thank you, CSL.
In Iran, the threat to assassinate Trump is on.
Clearing up the nuclear material and denuclearizing the country is not the job of the Iranian people, or they'd have done it by now, I guess. The ones especially that would rather not be in this situation.
Display in this new billboard showing the president lying in a casket.
And his belly is bursting through his shirt, and you can see his hair, and yeah, it's.
Meanwhile, Israel's Knesset paused for a
I feel like they're ready to negotiate.
moment of silence Wednesday to honor the late Senator Lindsey Graham, calling him one of the greatest friends Israel has ever had.
Oh, and Trump was mad about that.
May his memory be a blessing. נכבד את זכרו בקימה.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu canceled the trip to Washington this weekend because Graham's funeral has been postponed until the end of the month. Back in Washington, a growing number of House Democrats are breaking with Israel, backing legislation that would strip U.S. military and humanitarian aid. At the same time, a bipartisan bill is gaining momentum that would permanently dismantle and replace the UN agency UNRWA. CBN News spoke with the United Nations watchdog group, which believes the move is long overdue.
UNRWA. I love how they like dovetailed this into that. Good Lord. You think the Legos on that? I don't watch anything else. Oh. The Legos, did the Legos guys do, did the Iranian Legos do a Islamic Republic of Japan one? No doubt, obviously. But I love how, like, CBN, of course, the Christian Broadcasting Network, will dovetail from Trump's fuck up in Iran to Israel, right? Meanwhile, Trump considers new bombing targets, expanding Iran operations, Fox News. So they're sending out the exact same talking point to whoever will listen.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum. Breaking right now on the story, a brand new wave has just begun of U.S. strikes. This is night 6 now in a row of this round of targets that are being hit.
All we are saying
in Iran. CENTCOM has announced that just about an hour ago
is just keep the oil.
That is underway. President Trump, as we know, over the past 24 hours is said to be reportedly considering some new bombing target.
All right. Sorry. Fox News is just in a total, like, I guess they're having an irony cramp over there, showing the Pickaxe Mountain nuclear facility. You do realize he's like, they hit their targets and they've been destroyed forever. And then they're like, yeah, there's also this one. There's 7 of them, according to the IAEA. For years, they were talking about how there are 7 sites, at least, that they know of, that the Iranians were working on in their nuclear program. We hit 3 of them. Can you do the math? Can any maggots do math? There's 4 other ones. That one was right next to the other one you hit, and it's still there, shithead.
Karg Island, which obviously has been...
Arrgh. Which needs to, have like a Pirates of the Caribbean ride installed. Toot sweet.
Central to all of the discussion. It's a major hub of the oil storage facilities and putting onto shipping that goes through the Strait for Iran.
Putting onto shipping.
So that is a very core facility for them. Also, there's on the right-hand side of your screen this area that is known as Pickaxe Mountain. It's believed to be a fairly new nuclear facility. Areas might still be under
months old
construction, but there's some consideration about disabling that area as well.
If they even move, we're going to hit them so hard. Meanwhile,
said round 6 happening right now. CENTCOM has reported that they are striking targets likely along the Strait of Hormuz. That is what
likely
has been really the focus over the last several days. Correspondent Lucas Tomlinson.
I thought if denuclearization is the entire fucking point, then why wouldn't that be because it's all bullshit. Sorry, I forgot.
Reporting live from Tel Aviv on the very latest. Hi, Lucas.
Why are you in Tel Aviv?
Good afternoon, Martha. There has not been any Iranian attacks on commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz over the past 3 days since President Trump ordered return of major combat operations in the skies over Iran that began last week.
So I don't know why the ships don't just go for it. Could it be that they stopped going?
Response to Iran's previous attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz, the Trump administration wants to see that strait open to get more ships through there. Here was
right, and they're not. That's why there haven't been attacks, because they're only attacking ships that try to go through.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in the briefing room a few minutes ago.
And she's telling the truth because she's wearing a cross.
President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait with...
Are there inactive acts of terrorism? Is there passive terrorism? Maybe that's what this is.
Without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
And for the first time since President Trump ordered a resumption of the naval blockade, U.S. forces disabled an oil tanker, firing Hellfire missiles at the...
How did we do it? Our military is so powerful, we can stop civilian oil tankers.
Trying to run through it to Iran's Karg Island. To date, 2 other commercial ships have reversed course and turned away from the blockade.
Sorry, that one was going to Karg? It wasn't even going through? All
forced by 20 U.S. warships and hundreds of...
Your is spelled Y-O-U''RE.
Aircraft. This video from the U.S. Military Central Command shows F-18 Super Hornets launching with standard land attack missiles attached with a range of 170 miles. Iran has responded by launching recent attacks against Iraq, Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait, and that attack on Iraq coming just 2 days after President Trump met Iraq's new prime minister at the White House. Now,
she's lovely. I had no idea.
President Trump announcing a dual national American-Iranian woman, Dina Karari, is now free from Iranian captivity after being held since December 2024 on charges of espionage. 6 other Americans remain detained. Her attorney posting the following on X, quote, "This would not have happened but for the extraordinary and relentless efforts of President Donald Trump. Dina is now safe and traveling back to the United States." So while the U.S. military has been launching...
Sorry, did we just blow up the prison she was in and other people got her out?
Wave after wave. Wave of airstrikes. In fact, 3 just yesterday. Iran is now threatening to use its proxy forces in Yemen to close another strait. This is the Bab el-Mandeb.
Yeah, the Bab el-Mandeb, the Baba Booey Strait near the Red Sea.
The entrance to the Red Sea. If President Trump follows through on his threats,
yeah, Karari, yes, like the poison
to attack
dart.
Iranian.
The poison is fresh. 3 days they're following us.
In power plants, Martha.
Lucas, thank you very much. With that, we bring in retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gaub, former Black Hawk helicopter pilot and battalion commander, and Noah Rothman, National Review senior writer. Great to have both of you with us today. Let me start with you, Darren Gaub, if I may. When you look at what, the military objective.
Oh, it's got to be rough. It's hard to kick off these segments because all of it just sucks. Like the viewers of your channel are going to hate it. Just spit it out and get it over with. Just pull off the Band-Aid, lady.
Right. So at this point, when we started this in the end of February and really going back to last June in terms of
the royal man
disabling the nuclear program in Iran, that was the main objective. Now the objective has become freedom of the seas in the Strait of Hormuz, and you have
and other areas apparently now that might also get closed.
Obviously a difficult struggle before us. There are ships going back and forth, but this is what Iran had to say. This is number 3 here. This is an Iranian military officer and spokesperson Ibrahim Zalfakhari. We will not allow the United States to interfere in the strait. That is our red line. We once again stress that under no circumstances and in no way will we allow.
While they're reading this statement from Iran, they have to show shit being blown up in Iran so that the viewers of Fox won't panic.
The U.S. as a foreign or extra-regional country.
We're still blowing shit up, right? Well, they can't talk to us like that. Get Jesse Waters on. He'll call it a bitch slap again. We hit a container truck.
To interfere in the Strait of Hormuz, and as I said, they are calling that their red.
Take that shipment of Cheez-Its.
Line. Where are we here?
Well, Martha, it's already too late. We're interfering in the Strait of Hormuz for a good reason. So what you've seen starting in February was our focus on both the nuclear capability, the ballistic missiles, and all those.
Which apparently we had taken out last year.
Things that threaten regionally and all.
Yeah, added ballistic because that wasn't a thing before.
Also would impede our ability to operate freely.
Lord.
Over top of Iran the best we can, gaining air superiority. Yeah. Then we move to these periods of somewhat calm with the memorandum of understanding and other negotiations.
Somewhat calm, somewhat ceasefire. It was a somewhat ceasefire.
Immediately into now what we've seen.
There was some ceasing, somewhat.
For a few days of ice.
Somewhat. Some firing, actually.
Isolating the strait and all those things that can threaten the strait. What has now changed with this most recent wave of airstrikes is moving further inland into Iran as. And frankly, you run out of targets along the shorelines of Iran. And
yeah, then you get bored.
Things that are worthy of being bombed by whatever type of munition we may be using. And this is
I'm going to guess the Go Boom Boom kind?
An expected expansion inland to Iran now. But what it says is that we maintain the air superiority over top of Iran, and we're going to expand this where we need to.
Oh, my God. Is anybody having fucking Iraq early 2000s flashbacks?
To attain those strategic objectives that, by and large, remain the same.
But let me ask you this, staying with you for just a
on a side note, Russia's a dump.
Moment here on the military side of this. In terms of...
This is filth. I did not come to show war porn.
Landing on some of these islands.
Look at that. Just dangling it right in front of the fighter jet. Going, you take it and you like it.
And perhaps taking control of...
Oh, it's nasty. This is sorry. This is... tell the kids to leave the room.
Some of these islands, Karg Island and the others, Greater and Lesser Taub, that are also on the list. They're obviously in that area between... Some of them go...
Obviously.
Up the coast of Iran, but some are right in that area in the Strait of Hormuz. What kind... I've spoken with some people who believe that would take a military commitment of several months in order to really commandeer control of the strait in a military way. And we know that President Trump has said he would
yeah, it would
consider putting boots on the ground there. What's a time frame that makes sense to you?
Years?
I think that's a fair assessment to be able to say somewhere between maybe 4 and 6 months and 6.
Well, at least we don't have an election between now and then. This is going to go over great.
Months would be definitely at the outside. But of course, what you're doing is you're increasing the risk to our forces by putting them on fixed locations that are well known and easily targeted if Iran maintained the capability to do so. But we have the ability to occupy them. We have the ability to hold them if necessary. And that is not what I would call a major boots on the ground decision. This is a specific, very limited objective if President Trump decides to actually occupy any one or all three of those islands, as you've mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, you look through military history, Noah Rothman, and we do have examples where limited military attempts to or have been successful in terms of returning territory. And in this case, you're
returning territory to whom?
Liberating the Strait of Hormuz, essentially, from
by taking Iranian islands?
Iranian invasion, some might say. What's your take?
No one would say that.
On what's before the president right now and what the challenges are, Noah?
Well, we have precedent, as you said, we have precedent for operations like these. Some involve taking territory to be used, negotiated later as a bargaining chip or a more durable settlement. We have
yes, centuries of imperialism, I think, is the precedent you're talking
history
about.
of liberating the straits from Iranian interference on our own history. In the late 1980s, rather 1987, 1988, we opened up the strait from an Iranian attempt to close it, and subsequent harassment efforts throughout the 40 years since. What the president unfortunately faces is that he's issued these threats many times before. The threats themselves no longer have any kind of deterrent rationale to them. I think he has to actually make good on an operation to, for example, take...
Sorry, all talk isn't a strategy?
Karg Island, or execute the bridges and power plants day that he threatened even before the ceasefire was in effect. This also goes both ways, by the way. The Iranians have been threatening to activate the Houthis on several occasions, both during the high-tempo combat.
Wonder Houthis activate
that phase of this, and subsequently.
What would take? How do you activate the Houthis?
And we're never able to do so. Either the Houthis are reluctant.
I lie in the belly of a midair refueler with nothing between clouds in the sky and watch the refueling. It's amazing up close. I have no doubt. I'm chubbing slightly at the idea.
In this campaign, or they're driven by internal strife as well, and I think the Iranian regime is too.
Sorry.
So the president, unfortunately, is in a make-good situation, and he is making good. It remains to be seen whether
this is just dumb. And then they show this asshole picture of him looking like a toddler, standing there listening to Lee Greenwood, and he won't sit down till the song's over.
To convince the Iranians to capitulate, or at least come to terms.
Yeah, he's clearly tried diplomacy many times and says he.
Based on what?
Would much rather go that route if it's possible. I think it remains to be seen if.
Citation needed. Also, please warn us when you're going to put a picture up like that.
It is possible with this regime, which seems hell-bent on having control of the strait. It seems now equally important to them as the nuclear program has in the past as well. Just quickly look at this map, Middle East trade choke points. There are several areas, obviously the Suez Canal. You've got 12 to 15% of global trade that goes through there. A good chunk of LNG, which we do a lot of. We make a lot of here in the U.S., goes through that route. And then you have the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is between Yemen and Djibouti.
And my what?
Noah, your thoughts on whether or not...
And my what?
What history tells us about whether or not, and you just touched on this, but elaborate on it a bit more if you would.
That it wouldn't take much to turn this into a devastating economic war?
Yeah, so the Strait of Hormuz as a choke point, as an instrument of utility in Iranian statecraft, gets less and less valuable the longer it leans into this strategy. Capital seeks the path of least resistance. It's
right, which is why high oil prices will lead to demand destruction and the increase in the use of electric cars.
Already flying to projects designed to reroute around the strait, and that just takes influence out of Iran's hands. Secondly, as you said, Bab el-Mandeb Strait, right next to the Horn of Africa, that is continually threatened by both the Houthis and Somali piracy. This is priced in, by the way, to insurance companies that finance those trips, finance trips through the Straits of Malacca. These are financial instruments can account for the level of threat that I think will probably
they're going to bitch slap Djibouti.
persist in the Strait of Hormuz even after it is
Look, I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum.
cleared.
Do what you do, boo.
The United States successfully clears it of this threat, but that takes it out of Iran's hands.
Indeed. Let's hope they can keep building those pipelines and make a lot of these areas.
Yeah, and if they do, we'll be out of this in 5 years tops. So lame. Hit the like, share the show, subscribe if you will. It's Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide. It's a little button. You just click a little thing, and it's not even a button. It's an icon. You click the icon, and it happens. I'm just going to do it again. Just subscribe. Let's go. Just all right. How we doing? We're about a half hour away from this travesty of a speech. I don't want to overdo it with Tucker, but I happen to love the title of this one. This is amazing. As much as he shits on AI, he has no problem making these. We really made some art AI images instead of just admitting that they're just using it. Did scientists? It's a big question. Big question for the chat room. We got a question for the chat room. Here we go. Anybody got an answer to this? Please ring in. Ladies and gentlemen, did scientists summon the demonic to create nuclear weapons? That's the question, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to phrase your answer in the form of a
what?
Did scientists summon the demonic to create nuclear weapons? That's a tough one, man. I know, back and forth. I'm gonna go with they had something demonic, and they mixed it in, and shit, sorry. We'll find out in this video. Did scientists summon the demonic to create nuclear weapons?
Where did nuclear technology come from?
Obviously, Satan.
Do you think?
From the devil. They at the Bohemian Grove, they all ate a baby, and then one of them undulated a bunch, one of the main leader guys, and he went and made like chicken moves, and then he puked up this little like clear globule looking egg thing, and it grew into a nuclear warhead, and they blessed it with the name of Moloch.
I mean, Oppenheimer described himself as, to a degree, sort of engaging in, I mean, I don't know how serious.
Oh my God. Is this he's taking the destroyer of worlds thing that when Oppenheimer realized he'd taken a step that might have been too far, a cautionary fear.
He took it. And I've also read some interesting critiques of Oppenheimer that argue that he was perhaps more of a propagandist than an actual scientist. So in a lot of these domains,
maybe they don't even work.
Like high esoteric science, I don't claim.
Also, they worked. We tested them. The Russians tested them. They work.
To be a scientist, I'm more of a
Ask Japan.
philosophy guy, but I don't know. But
that won't stop you from answering.
He could have been much more of a propagandist than he was an actual scientist.
I think that was true of a lot of the scientists involved.
No, it wasn't.
It's not clear what they were creating.
Right.
It's exactly clear. What the fuck are you talking about? They were creating the atom bomb. What do you mean?
It's very clear that they were used to create the illusion that they were creating something.
Yeah.
But
no, it isn't. What?
But it may have pre-existed them. I'm just throwing that
out
there.
you know what?
I'm sorry. Okay. So they put they took demonic power in and put it in a bottle.
But one thing that's interesting is that the way that's
sorry, is this where we find out that this is where the Ark of the Covenant meant? Is that Oppenheimer was just opening the Ark properly?
Some of the early
It's beautiful.
people involved in those chemical sciences, you probably heard of
chemicals. Fuck me.
Jack Parsons, he was a Crowleyan. They would sometimes describe what they were doing as a kind of ritual. So they saw the idea that you could split the atom as kind of a ritualistic principle of,
oh God,
by doing this you release energy, which is the very type of thing you were talking about with like.
Yeah, you mean like happens when you bang flint and steel together, or when you eat food and digest it.
Demonic aspect of it, releasing and trying to control the energy, basically.
Well, it raises like a question, which is like, where does the act of creation come from?
Oh God. Oh. Why? What? How do you talk like this and not punch yourself in the face? I guess you just gotta fill time sometimes.
So the act of creation is God, that's God's doing.
So
God
it's the act of destruction.
Right.
Yeah, obviously. And then sometimes when a mommy bird and a daddy bird love each other very much.
And Satan's destruction. But the act of creation, like every person who's
well, Satan also creates within the structure of reality according to the Bible. If you give someone, wealth and all these other things, you're effectively creating it where it was not before. It's just an ill-gotten creation or a creation for a demonic reasons, but it's not any less creative.
person really who's ever engaged in any creative activity knows that there's what we call this moment of inspiration, where the idea, the notion comes to you.
Who the fuck is we, asshole? Okay, there's not going to be a Tucker Carlson album coming out, is there?
But where does it come from? And people don't.
Your brain/soul?
Explore that question for some reason.
People explore it all the time. What are you talking about? Yeah, nobody even talks about like the act of creativity. You know what I mean? Somebody should write a book about that, motherfucker.
But it's
like, why don't you just say, I live in a bubble. I'm a bubble boy. I live in a bubble. I don't know how anything works. I don't know how anybody interacts. I don't know where anything goes. I don't know how poor people do shit. How do songs get written? Why do people dance? What are you humans doing?
An open question. Like, where does that come from? The ideas pop into your mind, thoughts pop into your mind that you've never considered before, but that are just there. And so you're not really coming up with them so much as you're summoning them, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Ah, yes. Every good idea is a demon.
And that's true for good things, but it's also true for bad things, is it not? I mean, does any...
Sorry, can you summon God? I don't think so. God is God. God moves in his own kind of thing. Jesus as well. Holy Spirit. You can't summon them. You can't force them to go. You can only summon demons. So every thought you have is demonic? This answers so many questions about Tuckum's sex life with the demons and the truckers.
Living person not know what I'm talking about?
Yes, most of us are quite puzzled by your dipshittery.
Well, so in the Orthodox tradition, we have this idea.
Orthodox what?
That your thoughts come from one of three sources. It either comes from you and your own sort of innate spirit and creativity, which God gave you, or it comes from God, or it comes from the angelic or demonic realm. So there's...
And that's a coin flip. They look a lot alike. If you see the shadow of an angel, looks like a monster. And then it steps out and there's light behind it. You're like, oh, phew. And then you're like, oh, wait. If I was a demon, I would show up as an angel. Shit.
Three possible ways that you...
That's four, but it's like two in a subsection.
You could get that inspiration. The term that's used in the Greek.
You're leaving out fortune cookies, signs you see while on a subway car, hidden messages that people didn't realize they were making subconsciously in rom-coms, or the old tried and true, the chorus of a Nickelback song.
Logismoi, which is sort of thought forms that can sometimes...
Don't say that. The logismoi will arrive and then you have to feed it a guinea pig, or it won't go away.
Occur. Usually those are in the Orthodox tradition spoken of sort of as demonic influences.
Usually. Sometimes not.
But
sometimes they're just cute. You know, like the Keebler elves. Elves are demons, but
you're right too that I think that idea
that you're to that
of inspiration and then putting it into your work, if you look at it from the evil perspective, that's the whole thing that Crowley talked about in Magic Theory and Practice, is that all you're doing is, he says, the world and all of its actions are equalized. Everything in the world.
Aleister Crowley's entire existence was just so Ozzy could give us one cool song. The rest of it was a complete waste of time, as is every conversation about him. Mr. Crowley, what went on in your head? Right.
Equal. There's nothing good or bad. And the true magician is the one who takes the matter or the things in the world and puts his will and intention into it, and then affects an energetic change in the world. And whichever one is successful and takes on, that's the true magician. Now, I mean, Crowley is a liar and a deceiver, so I'm not trying to give him too much credit, but
it did work. So you can't argue with success, I guess. And that's not what Tucker does. Tucker doesn't argue with success no matter where it comes from.
that is the attitude, I think, that a lot of people who engage in that type of...
By the way, I would like to say that Ozzy Osbourne was one of the world's greatest Christian singers. And nobody wrote hymns like Oz. I mean, look at the clear morality of the songs that he wrote. From Revelation Mother Earth to Mr. Crowley to I Don't Know, Crazy Train. To learn how to love and forget how to hate. I mean, come on. That dude snuck that line? Fuck you, John Lennon. Ozzy snuck that line into one of the greatest metal rock songs ever. War Pigs, another great example. Meanwhile, these assholes will tell you that, you know, he was demonic and evil and some bullshit.
An idea. They have that principle that they think that they're doing sort of magic workings in the world to affect change, and that makes them the magus. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
No, it doesn't. Scientists who created the atom bomb were using very clear, like Earth plane level science. They weren't fucking smoking shit and setting fire to babies while wearing goat antlers, you dipshit.
I just, as I get older, I have come to believe that they're...
Oh, believe me, you got old a long time ago.
That were really kind of a pass-through a lot of the time. That were subject to all these external forces that we don't acknowledge, we don't perceive most of them.
What a great way to not take responsibility for the shit you've said and done.
The time. But that those are really the defining moments of our lives. Like,
yeah, when the demons tell you, get up, leave your wife in the bed and sneak out of the house and go to a truck stop and wait in stall number 3.
We either accept or reject things presented to us from outside of us, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
All right. I never thought a discussion of atom bombs and demons would become fucking boring. Lord. Let's talk about something that I have not really discussed on here because I just felt maybe I was, well, it's a sensitive topic, and of course I'm talking about exploding diarrhea. Now, everybody knows by now that we had a system to check for the parasite that causes explosive diarrhea. I think it's called Cyclosprayasia. And God bless this bizarre fucking thumbnail. Taco Bell is gay and therefore AI guy with heartburn shouldn't go there. I don't know what this is. But Cyclosprayasia is, we used to check for it. We had ways of checking for it. And RFK Jr. was like, we don't need that. Doge is like, we don't need that. It's not going to happen. If it happens, it only happens to a few people, and you can't save everybody, and we got to thin the herd a little bit anyways. So fuck it. Let people die of cyclosporasia. And this is clearly like the same mismanagement we got during COVID. And if you wanted an answer, have the maggots learned their lesson? The answer is absolutely not. Stay away.
I saw this from the Washington Post.
Wait, you read the Washington Post and you cite the Washington Post? Please tell me about legacy media and how you don't trust them and whatever.
And it has to do with Taco Bell. Now, full disclosure, I don't want any hate. None. I don't hate Taco Bell. I don't care. I don't care.
Why is this a fucking... Yeah, yes, you're immature and you have a shitty diet probably, and or you're just trying to pretend you eat Taco Bell because you know your viewers by and large do too, and you're trying to make it look like you're down with them so they got a shot.
I don't hate Taco Bell. Everybody at KURV, everybody down there in McAllen's dying right now. I don't hate it. I don't.
They're dying right now. So obviously Taco Bell has some upsides. It's killing your coworkers.
No, right? I do not hate
Taco Bell. These pipes are clean.
Taco Bell. I mean, is there better Mexican food out there? Well, yeah.
That's not Mexican food. It just isn't. Like any more than McDonald's is like, home grilling.
But here's the problem.
It's a burger
that I sometimes have. So I'm going to bring this tug.
It's cardboard with mayonnaise on it.
Which is short, but join the journey with me. So let me use the example of mac and cheese. Okay. I know you've all had every single type of mac and cheese. We are mac and cheese connoisseurs. It's one of the official foods of America. I mean, I would say it is. United States. Like, you think United States, you think everybody's like, apple pie, that's great. Also mac and cheese. Now, there's different types of mac and cheese.
Yes, we're familiar with the concept, yes.
I just always thought it was amusing when I was growing up. You would have...
It was always Kraft mac and cheese, and it was the little small tubes and the hyper orange and that kind of
the
stuff.
one family member. Actually, I'll never forget this. I had an uncle that brought a lady friend to a family gathering, right? And the lady friend...
Had explosive diarrhea. We got to move this along.
Everybody's bringing a side dish.
Oh, yeah? So she had a date too?
And I guess my grandmother tasked the lady friend with bringing a side dish that was something she couldn't mess up. Because, it gets very particular at family gatherings, right? That's not the time.
No, it doesn't. Unless you're a bunch of assholes, I think.
Time you experience.
Especially if you're outsourcing it to the new people. Hey, make your new girlfriend we haven't met bring shit. We're real particular.
Experiment. Don't be experimenting with a tried and true side dish. We all know this, right? Them's the rules, Kane. Yep. She brought mac and cheese. She's very proud of it. And it was in one of them bowls. This is like the early 90s. Can you remember them white bowls with the little blue flowers in the middle? Oh, yeah. White bowls with the blue flowers in the center and the little glass lid. Corningware. Yeah. She brought a big old Corningware dish. And it was larger than the normal mac and cheese offerings. Just want to put that out there. So we were like, ooh, what'd she bring? What Unc's girlfriend bring? Ooh, we were very excited because for some of my cousins, hell, that'd be a long...
Her secret ingredient was uncooked egg.
The only thing you'd eat all day is mac and cheese, right?
And romaine lettuce from the side that you got from an off-ramp.
For those younger cousins that were on what I call the beige diet, they only eat beige food. Breads, beige meat, plain, things like that, right? Pasta, things like that. She brings this dish, and she pulled the lid off, and we immediately knew something was up. In a bad way. First off, them were shells. Shells. Not the macaroni noodle. That was not mac and cheese. Macaroni is the type of pasta. This was shells.
I'm already bored with this story. Will you please get on with it?
Orchietta. but shells in cheese. Shells in cheese, in, like apostrophe in apostrophe cheese, right? And then we smelled of it. Or sorry, smelled it. It's a thing. My grandmother taught me, smelled of it. It was Velveeta. Velveeta shells and cheese. Why are you shaking your head? No. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, apparently she was told you guys were a bunch of white trash, and she made an appropriate dish.
I remember Velveeta.
Now you might think, oh, that's like right when they
Velveeta and shells is a fairly common variation.
came out with like this new improved Velveeta,
Shows up a lot on church potlucks.
right?
You're an asshole.
And it's like the cheese in a packet.
Yeah, it's also in a brick.
No. It tastes like awful. I mean, maybe it tastes good, but if it did, I'd lie. Because nothing tops the powder, and I don't even want to say the name of the company, but it rhymes with schmaft.
Why wouldn't you say Kraft? That's the name of one of Trump's buddies, the guy who was busted at a rub and tug. Remember that?
Their mac and cheese.
Robert Kraft, Yeah.
Right? The powder, and you throw, my mom always fancied it up. She'd throw a slice of American cheese in there like that, like just tossed it in there, made it special for you, So you've got.
Okay, this is these fucking Cracker Barrel table stories.
You got your hot pasta, you got your powdered, whatever
You wouldn't go near any of that shit right now.
the hell that is, powdered orange stuff, magic. It's the cheese dust. And then you would have your milk, and then she'd throw a slice of American cheese in there just to make it,
And you all got explosive diarrhea from the shells.
right?
No.
And that's what we came to expect. We didn't like the vote. So not a lot of people ate her Velveeta shells and cheese. And my grandma was like, yeah, that's not what them kids eat. But we were nice to her. She was a nice lady. Fast forward, I'm a mother and I make dinner for my family. My kids are the same way. I tried to make them one time like homemade mac and cheese, thinking, you know what? We're not going to do a mix. We're going to do all of it from scratch. And they were like, what is this? Like they couldn't eat it. Like it looked like they couldn't see it. If they didn't see a blue box on the counter, it was like they didn't know what to do. So I never.
Well, clearly this is a fair. Yes, it is Honky Bucket. I apologize. Not Cracker Barrel. They've changed the name.
Never did that again, ever. But I also like it, though. Grown adults. Like we had friends.
And Jesus Christ. The title of this is This Parasite Outbreak Has Gotten Insane. We're going to have to skip ahead, ma'am. Blah, 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 blah.
I might draw the line right there, though.
It probably is.
I think that's where I draw the line.
Right? It's like hot dogs are made with butts and lips ground up into a hot dog, into a spherical shape. So I say this because I go back to the Taco Bell thing. Yes, I know. Just like with mac and cheese, I know there's better options out there. Not going to do it. I know there's better Mexican food out there, but there's something about the weirdness of a bean burrito all wrapped up, and you never know what end's going to have that sauce, right? Is it a mole sauce? I don't even know. They don't even know. It's just a sauce. It's like a magical liquid that's in it, and you don't know.
I feel like I'm watching one of those like asides from a Real Housewife episode that they just cut out.
You're always guessing, like looking at what end of the burrito, because they never make it to where it's evenly dispersed throughout said burrito. You're asking way too much, right? You got to pick an end. Anyway, the reason I say this is because apparently everyone is getting because of the lettuce, I guess, at Taco Bell.
They're getting the what?
Oh.
You didn't cover your mouth?
Well, that's the FCC can't get me if they can't hear it. Anyway, so apparently now federal and state officials are investigating the Taco Bell. They say it so nice. Listen. The authorities are investigating whether Taco Bell played a role in one of the largest U.S. outbreaks of gastrointestinal illness caused by a parasite that contaminates fresh produce, according to two whole people. Now,
Two whole people?
I don't know if you've seen, Kane, have you seen some of them symptoms?
All right. I can't. I don't know how you manage to do that. How do you make that story a snooze. We're 9 minutes away if Trump comes in. Hold on. Let's see if there's a. What am I doing? Hold on. Why did I type in Yahoo when I mean YouTube? Because I was looking at a link. There you go. This is the. We will begin shortly. Trump delivered. Yes. So this is the. Hold on. I'll hit play on it. Is it going to be one of those moments where if I leave it playing in the background, we're going to start hearing weird noises, and then they're not going to realize the mic is live? Oh my God. I got to say, like, these rich Republican assholes trying to pretend to be down home is now like one of my biggest pet peeves. Like that, I mean, Tucker's the worst, but there's this. You know what it reminds me of is like when Mike Huckabee, who was the governor and now his daughter's the governor of Arkansas, and he's talking about himself like he's a bubba, right? He would use that phrase to describe himself. I'm a bubba. We're real down home. When like they do this performative horseshit. It's so annoying. Anyways, she wear an onion on her belt. I'm wearing a cardboard belt. It will begin in 2 weeks. Have a nice day. Right. I don't know if we can count on this thing actually happening on time. Yes, hot mics are dangerous. My problem is cold mics. My mic is often cold when I want it to be. So, this is Mike is an Israeli now. Mike who? The Mike Johnson? Sorry, watching RSBN, nothing yet. Glenn loves it too. Also, Kennedy is ridiculous with his sayings. Oh God. Yeah, didn't he go to Stanford? Didn't Kennedy in Louisiana go to Stanford or whatever, and he just talks like an Okie just to sell himself as down home? As we say down where I am, where's that? In the governor's mansion most of the time, hanging out with donors. It's so fucking tired. Okay, hold on. Let's try to go to this. Hold on one second. We'll go to show you. There you go. Let's see. Peaks Mill. Whoops, get out of here. There we go. See if I can find an older picture, like images. Let's go down here. That's a good picture. Hey, there you go. Here's a picture, ladies and gentlemen. This is obviously a picture during COVID, I'm guessing. There you go. Open that up. And then, do you have an outdoor picture of it, or is just... Try to do a map of this. Yeah, this will work too. Here you go. This is where I'm from. Hold on. This is where I'm from. I'm from Peaks Mill, Kentucky. See it? That's Peaks Mill. That's downtown Peaks Mill. That's where I'm from, originally. Lived there till I was 14. And this is a picture of the inside of Peaks Mill Christian Church. There's see this little bathtub over here behind the piano? That's where I was baptized. I was baptized in that tub. There's a set of stairs behind that area right there that goes into the back. And so if you want to, if you're gonna, get baptized. You go down the middle of a service and you say you're ready, and then you go in through the back after you've accepted it, and then you go through the whole thing, and then you go up and you put on a white robe, take off all your clothes, and it's like a wet t-shirt contest, very awkward. And you go into that bathtub, and the preacher will dunk you. That's where I was literally baptized, was in that church right there. And those are, I'm fairly certain, the same pews that were there when I was there. I don't know that they've changed all that much. Yeah. So these like, we're Bubba's. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, this is that's a aerial shot of I think basically this is the dividing line, because there's a like Old Peaks Mill Road that goes through here. Yep. Any rattlesnakes? Yes, as a matter of fact, I killed a few copperheads mainly, but I killed a few when I was a kid, and my sister left me to be killed by one at one point, which was fairly hilarious. See if I can show you the. See if I can. Yeah. Some of the stuff they just show you Frankfurt. Yeah, this isn't my house. I'm not going to show you where my house was, but you get an idea. This is what my driveway was like. I would walk a quarter mile out to the road to get picked up by the bus when I was a kid. We did not have a television because we lived behind a hill, and there was no reception. You could have the biggest antenna in the world, you weren't going to get shit. Oh yeah, he went to, that's what it was. Kennedy went to Oxford, right, to get his degree in 1988. That's what I was trying to remember. Fucking Oxford. Yeah, so this idea that like the Huckabees or fucking Tucker Carlson go and like find a house like this, bulldoze it, build a McMansion there, and call themselves down home. Eat shit. And again, like, hold on, we've got a couple moments. We'll see. I want to make sure we've got time before this is happening. This is, yeah, it's running, so we'll go to it if it happens. But yeah, I have a moment. Hold on here. Hi. Well, I know it's almost time. This is me and my dad. That cup right there behind that my dad is holding right there. See that? Okay, that cup is a coffee cup that was like handmade by a friend or whatever. He got like 4 coffee cups from this dude who would make clay ones, and he was spitting in that. He was spitting in that cup. That was his spit cup. He's got a wad of chaw in his mouth right there. I still have that knife. I also have all of the necklaces and our buckskins and all that kind of stuff. Excuse me. I'm so fucking tired of these. Like, this is one of our knives. This is a bone handle, handmade knife. It's a deer antler. This is what we had. This is the knives we used at home and for stuff, just in life. I still have this. It's very sharp. That's the buckskin sheath. It has always been in since it was made. I'm so fucking tired of these like performative, like faux hick shitheads. Okay, I'm waiting. Yeah. My dad didn't make that knife. A friend of ours made it for my dad. So I'm waiting for this to kick in. He's still late. Now the White House feed is sometimes late, right? I've got it open just in case. But there's this. Nope. Don't see it anywhere else popping up necessarily. RSBN is carrying it live.
Guess what? We'll be live here tomorrow as well, covering 24/7 news here at RSBN and into next week. We know that
and selling ivermectin.
September 9th and 10th is the midterm RNC National Convention.
Boring. Trump delivers major announcement. Well,
Good
here we go.
evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before.
Oh, scratchy already. And he's fidgeting. He's not even doing it from the Oval.
We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the
Spinal Tap defense, they were still booing him when we came on.
Wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,000.
All types? So white-collar criminals as well? I had no idea.
888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person.
That's the same shit. Okay.
We had transgender for everybody.
Oh, look at that. And you get a transgender, and you get a transgender.
Men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation. But not,
oh, he's huffing and puffing.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Jesus, this is... Oh, boy.
America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States.
I'm so glad we took time out for the same shit.
Than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than
because of how population works?
Ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years.
We accept it?
Years. The tax cuts in...
That was the CPI, by the way. It was not actually what consumers are having.
Our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions.
Oh, get on with it.
No tax on tips. No tax on overtime.
Oh, gravelly as fuck. Listen to his voice.
With the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction.
He's just going to try to yell his way through instead of coughing.
On a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time.
Right, because that's how it's always worked.
And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history.
Unless, of course, you invested in Trump's Bitcoin stuff and then...
For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's
no, we don't.
Policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%.
Sometimes 1,000%.
TrumpRx.gov. This will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But
he's trying to get it. How do you say it? The word, oh, this is rough. You got to use it. Where was I?
To go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. but the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs.
Notice not has come way down.
And with Trump,
still, guys, got a long way to go.
Accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account.
Or nothing.
And they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to trumpaccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up.
Really? Just you can just randomly do it to other children? How can you be young at heart?
Previously,
any child you want to sign up? I don't think that was in there. I think that's part of the weed.
Wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past.
Well, technically, no illegal alien is admitted. Some are granted asylum, and therefore they are allowed to adjudicate their asylum claim, but they're not admitted. Once they're admitted, they're no longer illegal. It's a great workaround.
14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible.
Yes, if I let someone into the country, they're no longer here illegally. See how that works?
We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have...
Because they didn't track it very well back then either.
...have the strongest and most powerful military, by far, anywhere in the world.
That's always been true.
I built it during my first term.
Fuck you. You did not build the military. Quit it. Built it up is a phrase. Knock yourself out. At least it's politically tenable, but this is nonsense.
And unfortunately, we're forced to use it now.
Forced?
We won in Venezuela.
Sorry, you're being blackmailed by Netanyahu then? Is this confirmation?
Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are
They're working with us to produce it? Sorry, are they helping us drill, baby, drill?
Likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly.
Oh, it's got a fruity aftertaste. It's got a little hints of woodiness.
America is back and doing really
Yes. Boston Brand's going to sign up Syrian, Ethiopian, and Haitian kids. Any kid, we should give every impoverished kid in a refugee camp, sign him up for Trump accounts. I'm sure he'll love it.
But we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's...
Yeah, that's one for the ages. If there is no trust, there can be no greatness. Whew. Oh, that's like fifth tier tombstone choices. What should we put on there? The truth, greatness, trust, greatness thing.
Very simple.
It's simple-minded.
No trust, no greatness.
No, it's like no justice, no peace, only dumb and pointless.
For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately.
Oh, here comes the mucus. Listen, counted. Oh, here it comes.
American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short.
Oh, so you weren't elected legitimately?
Of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence, revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our...
Vulnerabilities. Shocking. vulnerabilities.
Election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes.
We have dangerous. You're exposing something dangerous.
Shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible.
Yes, we're just whipping it out. Wang dang sweet poontang.
To hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you. The American people are beautiful, are great American people.
Thank you.
But that all changes right now.
Oh no, am I no longer beautiful?
The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered.
Starting tonight. Oh yeah.
Gathered by the White House government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people.
They're awesome. I love them. Yeah. Who's on that board? Who's it? Who's doing triple duty on that shit? Blanche. Did you bring in Sidney Powell?
Along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board.
The ironically named.
Supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the
Oh man, he's having a hard. There's a lot of mucus tonight.
Findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can.
We wrote them ourselves. They're authentically written by us.
See these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov.
Somebody write that down. Let me hold on 1 second. Whitehouse.gov. And what was your name again? Sorry, I've just got to make a note.
Go check it out.
You got a big surprise coming to you, Wendy. Go check it out.
Our purpose in
take Danny down the mountain in the snowcat today.
Disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election.
But yeah.
But to earn that.
Oh fuck, man! He's gotta just cough. He's gonna puke.
Information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The document.
That mucus is just working its way up, and he's just talking through it, and it's sliding back down. This is so gross.
Let's cover 5 major areas.
This is going to be by the way, that's all that's going to come away from this shit. This is a bunch of bullshit to try and further people to, push them to vote for the Save America Act. It's the same nonsense we've heard before. They're going to start trickling this shit out, just like I'm going to have a big PR press event to show all the evidence, that kind of, we've seen this shit before. But the only thing people are going to talk about is that Trump was coughing up a loogie the entire time.
Of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle.
Oh, you mean when you were president?
The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party
Oh, sorry, your buddy Xi, you mean?
References and other sensitive data.
Mike Johnson is in his throat doing slurp duty. See him there with a broom, just like, I'm doing the best I can, Mr. President, but every time I get close to your epiglottis, it triggers my porn alarm.
Data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening.
Nefarious activities.
This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even...
Sorry, the Save America Act gives you and Todd Blanche and dickheads in your cabinet access to all that information.
It shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people.
Yes, that Jimmy Deep State and Eric Deep State and Frank and Claire. Oh, Claire Deep State. Very famous. The people, the Deep State. Tell us about them. Name them.
In our
Wait, hold on. In many cases, in no cases. Name the deep state, dumb fuck.
Second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our
in many cases,
intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people.
You were the president in 2020. You were the president.
Like nobody thought was possible.
You were making a deal with China during COVID. Does he not remember who was president in 2020?
U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that.
Tens of millions of voter data? You mean voters' data? Also in 2020? And they started finding this out and you didn't think to mention it?
Tens of millions of voters' data.
Voters' data? Yeah, get that S out there, man.
In 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by
sometimes all three. You know,
China.
They're traded like Pokemon cards.
Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say.
It was divvied out.
The cover-up of this colossal security breach
which happened during your last term,
is even more disturbing.
By allegedly people in agencies run by your picks.
In light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign.
So we're just going to declare war on China?
They did not want it.
They did not? Oh. We've got suddenly he's gone all cockney on us.
Administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just...
No, they did not want. Oh my God. Is this Keir Starmer wearing a mask? I'd like some sugar and water. That lovely cat, wonderful animal, it means the world to me.
Didn't want it. They fought.
They did not want it. They didn't want it. By golly.
2020 campaign. They did not want, and they...
They did not. No. They bloody well didn't. Not say no more.
Just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to...
They fought...
have it Donald Trump to win, and for good...
Hold on. Fuck up sentence. Wait.
They fought like hell not to have it Donald Trump to win, and for...
Not to have it Donald Trump to win.
For good reason.
Yes, and for good reason. They, as much as you, I might think not reading this, it would probably be best if I wasn't reelected. I hate this job.
As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's...
Sorry. Who was president in 2018? Who was running things? What are you talking about?
Policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his reelection.
And sorry, and you were talking about she is your best friend that whole year?
Isn't that nice? Also in
Isn't that nice?
2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot.
They wanted to make me sound like my president wasn't so hot? I didn't vote for you, you dumb son of a bitch. They wanted to, oh no. And we're going straight. He just took his hands off the podium entirely. We're going fucking straight toddler waddle. They wanted to, but they were trying to think you're scared of me now.
They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job.
Yeah, I think Biden did great, actually. Caught a lot of shit because of what he had to clean up, just like Obama when he came in after 2008. But, people have short memories.
And they did everything possible to do exactly that.
So the whole thing with them trying to make a deal with you and COVID and all that shit was, and you saying, Xi Jinping's a professional and he's helping you and you believe him and everything he's saying and all that stuff, that you believing him was just part of a scheme, and you were too fucking stupid to spot it?
Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA.
It's a completely trusted source, especially when Rick Grinnell was in charge.
The strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America.
So they lobbied and paid money?
The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could.
Let me guess. None of them are the people you target all the time.
And they didn't care what they said.
Well, I guess they were paying for it to be negative.
The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and
you mean you?
Reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them.
You were wise to them? Were you wise to them? And they'll try to undermine you by playing around with money and the voting rolls? You was wise to them, was you? I was there during 2020. You weren't wise to shit. Americans were in food lines, and you made the biggest sale of beef, pork, corn, and soybeans to China in America's history, and they still didn't even make their quota that you set up in phase one of your bullshit deal.
Charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military.
Yeah, you weren't tariffing them like that back then.
Anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting.
So you didn't read. So it's the CIA's fault that you and your people didn't do your fucking homework.
The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse.
Doing the quote? Sorry.
The CIA reporting, the name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence.
It would have to, because I don't even know what the fuck this is.
It's obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden.
Even attempted.
Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing.
Sorry, so the people you hired were hiding this from you?
These were briefings I would get almost every day.
That you didn't read? I guarantee this stuff was in there.
Everything was kept out that was of importance.
Well, they had some concerns, I suppose. Again, he never reads his brief.
One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press.
The honorable press?
Officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a
Information on the fourth floor, perhaps in this
Recently,
nation.
we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used.
They were all in a line where they were line dancing.
To destroy information.
No, they weren't. They're used to destroy paper copies of shit. The digital copies, the actual copies still exist. They're still there.
Given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and
At a different level, like really hot.
checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National...
Sorry, the Obama administration that preceded yours... What the fuck does this have to do?
Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how it...
Oh my God. I'm calling for an investigation. That's all I got to do is call for an investigation, and that'll change the votes. It worked with Hillary. Oops. Hold on. Back up. Did they cut away? Did it just freeze? What happened?
Incinerated and checked, but it never happened.
And sorry, they're going to check after they incinerated him?
Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and...
You mean the people that were involved in this in your last term that you think did all this to you? You want them to look into the documents that they created probably at the same time? Yeah, so Obama rigged the 2020 election using documents from 2015?
Information was hidden to fire those involved in the cover-up and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against
Yeah. Hold on.
these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning.
Oh, it has to be.
The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. Well,
then how'd you get in? So Republicans don't have a mandate. You didn't win all 7 states, swing states. You didn't win the Electoral College. All the So outside foreign influences, and Xi Jinping is a friend of yours now. Apparently you guys made up. So I guess he fixed it for you this time as an apology?
Vulnerable, and they're easily compromised. And
no, they're not. Tina Peters went to jail for a reason.
People within our government knew that. Tonight we're publishing...
Okay, yeah, release the doc. It's the same Sidney Powell horseshit.
A series of previously classified U.S.
Oh my God. Previously classified when? 2012?
Intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups.
Oh, the snot, man. Here comes the mucus. This has just got to be the lying demon just crawling up his fucking esophagus.
Groups have
this is rough.
The capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure.
Yeah, they have the capability to do it. They also have the capability to land on the moon, technically, but somehow they fucking can't.
That's unquote, but that's
Did you start the quote? Can you unquote without quoting?
some statement, isn't it? Made by,
Why
by
not?
supposedly great patriots of our country.
Supposedly great patriots?
The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as
Repository is a rough word for him.
voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America.
Could? So let me guess. They could hack these things in your theory, and then people would show up with their ID, their photo ID, and go, I'm here to vote. And they go, you're not on here. I don't have you down here. I don't have you registered to vote. Great. So you just left this part out of the Save America Act? Maybe it's time to go back to the fucking... Maybe the biggest problem is your buddy Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin.
Tonight we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020
Oh man, the gravel.
to June 2026.
Doc Adam is like, I would love for Doc Adam to break down what he's saying, but the act of saying it is so gross. I think he'll not be able to focus on anything else.
This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines.
These terrible machines that apparently... So tell us again, you got all 7 swing states last time. Yeah? You got all 7. And all those electoral votes, and so these are just easy to hack, you're saying. Anybody could do it. Not just... I mean, certainly China and Russia, but they're way behind us on technology, right? Don't you have a friend in technology, allegedly?
Today we are releasing documents that show...
Okay, you're releasing documents. Okay, great. This is like the phone call he made to Zelensky.
The CIA obtained reporting...
It was a perfect speech. I don't know why everybody's talking about the fact that I'm about to hack up a lung.
...of a specific plot to do a big number...
A specific plot. Please be specific. Being specific. Yes, there's a specific plot.
Reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020. And that's what they did.
Sorry, did we already make them the 51st state? This is our fucking problem? Sorry, you're having a nationwide address to tell me that Maduro's last election was bullshit?
This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop, to digitally alter...
To regime develop?
...vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past.
So that's why I want to hand over the contract for all the voting machines to my son, Eric, who I trust.
The 4th set of documents reveals that...
Oh, my God. We're on our 4th set of documents, and the 3rd one's about the that a cartel-adjacent South American regime was somehow rigging the vote?
When significant evidence of fraud has been detected. It has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI...
The disclosures?
...files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan.
Didn't you just win the... I gotta...
This some bullshit.
Weren't you just bragging about winning Michigan? Wasn't it weird that you won Michigan? Didn't it seem odd that you won Michigan? And now we're supposed to think, son of a bitch.
In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned.
They were so concerned.
They couldn't believe it, actually.
Oh, they couldn't believe their own concern.
That they contacted the FBI in Detroit.
So the system worked?
The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received...
Did those people vote in the election?
Gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced.
Oh my God. This is standard fucking hackery that goes on. Republicans have the same problem. You hire people to sign up and they get paid by the signature. They get paid by the person they sign up because you hire volunteer organizations and then they fake them. And Mickey Mouse didn't vote in the last election, you dumb son of a bitch.
In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat.
That's, yeah, in other words.
The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fucking lightning in a bottle.
To work with the department.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Yeah, crime of the century. We're going to find out that somebody who was getting paid by the signature on polling and canvassing and getting people to sign up was faking signatures and then throwing shit in the trash after the check cleared. This God. This actually makes it so that some people who would vote can't because someone else registered them in another district. This denies Democrats their votes.
Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes.
Any crimes? Well, way to take a tough on, what's the word? Stance. Anyways.
Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be.
I'm going to walk over and personally, using a Teddy Ruxpin, a speak and spell that was a prop in ET, and a small hand calculator, I'm going to hack into one of our voting machines and switch all the votes from Joe Biden to Donald Trump, just like, I'm sorry, roll that back.
We are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls.
Oh, God, the phlegm.
And public records. They identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that.
No, it's not.
Yet.
So those are, sorry, so you're saying that those are from red states. So red states have over 250,000 undocumented immigrants who are voting in their elections.
This limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election...
These disclosures? Hold on. These disclosures...
Limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it.
Yes, therefore I am canceling the election.
Is not defensible.
That's right. So we can't have midterms until we solve this. So we've got to cancel the midterms because I'm going to lose. And they're going to replace Republicans with Democrats, and I'm going to actually get impeached and kicked out this time.
Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments.
Maybe you should talk to him about it the next time you're on the fucking phone.
Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people.
Well, dead people just, it takes a while to get them cleared off, but they don't tend to vote.
Are listed and
when they do vote, they vote for you. So
active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections.
Everybody's active on a voter roll until they're kicked off, until they're reviewed. Dead people tend to miss 2 elections in a row and not automatically get expunged.
With no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example.
Well, so it's the Postmaster General's problem? I don't think the mail goes aimlessly. It usually has an address attached.
Of the insanity.
How does it get there?
California's.
What is it? Who is working in these mail centers that they're just taking the mail and just throwing it willy-nilly into mailboxes?
Recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago.
It was. Feels like ages.
But it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th.
Yeah, but it was called earlier.
Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is
counting the votes.
Worse than any third world country.
No, I think there's a couple of that are worse. Yeah.
There's no third world country that has elections like we have.
Yeah, most third world countries don't use electronic voting at all, and they certainly don't have mail-in voting. Shit, they don't even have polling places. I think they have to stand outside of a tent. I'm not quite sure what you're defining as a third world country.
Rare move. NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about.
Well, in their defense, it is boring and gross.
Because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is, and they don't want to reveal it.
Well, I mean, obviously they'll hear about it.
They and others.
They get it. Didn't you send them a transcript?
Is in the media part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason they want.
Yeah, they probably just like China, you know? Just it's all the ads, you know, all the Temu and whatever. I don't know what else they stuff. All the Unitree robot ads that they're running.
Keep it going.
They want to keep it going. Roll it.
They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without.
Well, if again, if it was rigged, then arguably they helped you get in this time.
Free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing.
Well, I mean, the actual gathering of the news and presenting it, the studios, all this costs a lot of money. Now do sports stadiums, asshole.
All we want is honesty in our elections.
That's all.
Elections and
it's all we want is honesty in our elections.
Honesty in reporting.
When he takes his hands off the podium, it really looks like he's doing a book report about a book he never read.
They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage.
Yeah, so do people on YouTube at this point.
Damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen.
But they weren't.
And the trust of the American people.
Sorry, left vulnerable, for the record, when you were president last time and while you're president this time. Apparently, while Joe Biden was in office, they were completely secure. Because you got elected, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene got elected, right?
Was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world.
That's why I'm proposing a face scanning of every American at birth and a reviewing of that scanning on their skeletal structure as soon as they achieve a mature age. And then we will track them using their DNA, and everyone will vote with a drop of blood going forward.
Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be.
A nonpartisan is the word? Should be a nonpartisan thing?
Together, Democrats, Republicans.
Kumbaya, my dove. We should just be together. We could be together. Woo! Oh!
And really, we should be together. Democrats, Republicans, independents, every.
Nonpartisan is the word you were looking for. It's written right there. There's only one word at a time in your teleprompter, and the word was nonpartisan.
And it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be.
It should cause
partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to.
It should cause to unite us. It should cause to unite us. Is that a sentence? It should cause to unite us.
Election should be a partisan. Really should be together. Democrats, Republicans, independents, everybody. And it should not be a partisan issue.
Right. It should be, what was the word that was in the teleprompter? Nonpartisan. Perhaps even bipartisan. Or tripartisan if you consider Indy's a party.
It should cause to unite us, not to.
It should cause to unite
divide us.
No, it should cause. I think that goes right up there with pay, play, cheat or something, and no trust, no greatness. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us.
Be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us.
It should cause to unite us, not to divide us.
This should be a cause. We should be united.
That's what it said. This should be a cause, a bipartisan, nonpartisan cause that unites us. I think that sentence was in there somewhere, trying to get out like the alien symbiote.
Not divided. In light of
not divided.
Of the brand new and irrefutable information.
Information. Interesting. Not evidence. Huh.
I have revealed tonight. My administration is in the process of notifying.
You're in the process right now? You're currently in the process of notifying?
I have revealed tonight. My administration is in the process of notifying.
Did the cess part of process break away from your mouth on its way from your brain and just escape out the back quarter panel of your head? The process, sugar and water.
I have revealed tonight. My administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to pick on them. It's not like you're going to pick up the phone and talk to sorry. So let me get this straight. When this happened, you were president, and who was running China at the time? Your buddy Xi? And this is the deep state is to blame. Okay.
We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked.
Hacked! Oh my God. He's starting to do the old man yell thing that everybody was shitting on Biden about, you know? Earths! Right.
And we can never watch.
We can never be bought. We can never have
potatoes and chicken.
Right.
A stolen election again.
Back up. I need to hear that whole. But hacked. Is hacked that hard a word for him?
Is better protected, so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again.
Never watch it? Maybe never have one. I mean, what if it happens in another country? Obviously, we're going to watch. Don't look. Look away. Keep your eyes shut, Marion.
Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems.
The ones that you used to get elected, where you won all 7 swing states. This goes back to the old Bill Hicks thing, you know, Iraq incredible weapons. How do you know? We looked at the receipt. This is like there are incredible vulnerabilities in our electronic voting machines, especially in the swing states. How the fuck do you think I want them?
Bad. We're in the process of
you know it, Shimon.
informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states.
Uh-huh. So all the Republicans, though, they were legitimately elected. Yeah? Yeah, they got nothing to worry about.
If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix
You fucking wish.
it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest.
Yes, we do.
I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately.
Talking to you, Texas.
But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the same.
Oh God, yeah. This is the sales point. This is why. That's why you got to secure your fortune by owning gold.
Save America Act.
That's why. Okay, big finish. Stick the landing. That's why America gotta bow.
But most importantly, addressing this
Here it comes. Bring it home, buddy.
crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do?
It's not, stupid. And even if you did it, there's not time to implement it because you would set up rules that would disenfranchise your own fucking voters. You think Tom Tillis gives a rat fuck about Democrats voting, dummy?
You want to cheat.
Shit.
The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat. Because
you just want to cheat to do it.
Because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show.
Yeah, this was always just a stupid pitch. We're totally going to release a bunch of documents that are brand new. Clearly not.
Photo, voter ID. How simple is that?
Well, if it's free and you give grants to everybody to make sure that people have them, and if they don't have them, you set up a system and make sure that people who have the right to vote have access to a voter ID with a picture on it, and it doesn't turn into a poll tax, it'd be pretty easy. But that's not in the bill, is it?
Could I have your photo, please?
Yes, I brought an 8x10. It's me on lab rats. Here you go. This is my voter ID.
Photo, voter
I probably could, actually.
ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please?
Please? Yeah. Yeah, yes, I am. I don't know, your accent seems a little funky.
And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt.
Yeah, also, no, they're not. That's how you voted. That's how all of Colorado voted. Tell Boebert about it, Jesus.
So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently
What about if you're away for college?
needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate.
Well, real quick, yeah, not going to happen. But could we wait until the DHS evidentiary hearing? I would just like to. Here's the thing. I feel like you promised us big evidence before. And before I commit to making an ass of myself by calling my representative and demanding something based on this fucking hogwash, perhaps I should listen, or get a chance to review those documents and make sure they're not the same silly shit Rudy Giuliani tried to push over on people.
And demand that they pass the Save America act without delay.
Yeah.
Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and
mucus.
We will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
He knows that did not go well. That is the face that he makes when he's just over it and it sucked and he knows it.
America, thank you very much.
Try to lower your chin so you look like a tough guy. Wow. Well, that was a giant pile of shit. Let's just start with, if you won all 7 swing states and you say you have the biggest mandate ever and you just won and all this kind of stuff, and China and Russia are responsible for the fuckery that happens to our elections, and you're friends with both of their leaders and you won't shut up about it, and you talk to them all the time, including Vladimir Putin, who you talked to for 90 minutes on the 4th of fucking July, and a group of, Republican senators in your last term flew to Russia with no note takers and translators present for the 4th of July, and like, but didn't Paxton just go there or something? Like, it's so fucking weird. No, he went to France with his mistress. Anyway, for the 4th. We went to Europe. Ew. Which is even worse. Maybe, just maybe, you're making people question your win. Maybe your poll numbers have nothing to do with people turning on you. Maybe that's just how the public felt then and how they feel now. And you cheated. And you're only in there because the polling was right. And you cheated to get in. Because that's what I took from that speech. Besides, what a fucking waste of time. But thank you guys for sticking around late with me and watching it with me. Hit the like, share the show, etc., etc., etc. You guys are amazing. We did have, oh my gosh, we had a few super chats in here too. Richard says, dipshit Donald's going to blurt out a bunch of nunteria and blow up like Mr. Creosote. Not far off. That was a good prediction, Richard. Miss Leslie said, pointing a Dem to fill Mitch's seat would be poetic justice for the quick turn SCOTUS seat given to Amy Coney Barrett. I agree. I think you're right. And then, where is it? Nicole, thanks for the extra innings tonight. Absolutely. My pleasure. Jimmy, 2 soups. Great show tonight. Something for the overtime. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you. It's, I'm putting in the work. Jennifer, thank you as well. The goddamn plane has crashed into the mountain. A Lebowski quote. Thank you. Soylent Beige. Yeah, that's what I've said. A lot of people say Soylent Green is people. No, Soylent Beige is people. Soylent Green is avocado. Will you survive Trump world? That's not the question. Will Trump survive Trump world? But thank you, Woody. I'm going to be all right. And by the way, you're Canadian. Congrats on the new Nickelback single. It was good. Angular Merkin says, thank you for your attention to this blather. Yeah, true dat. And he's going to expose Elon's tampering. Dun, dun, dun. I think he kind of did. That's what it sounded like. That's what I took away. Is it true that media outlets cut away? A lot of them just didn't do it. They just didn't cover it, Catherine, because it wasn't like he was going to give any useful fucking information. Bone spurs is an illness, right? When it's real. It is not when it's pretend. So for the record, release the themes as an album. Oh, the themes as an album, please. Love them. Okay, will do. Well, yeah, I'm putting out, it'll be 2 albums this year. I've just got a couple of songs that I was delayed finishing up. And I like to have 13 songs on a record. MS Now Cutaway, I don't blame them. This was a waste of time. And thank you for the super sticker, JD Christie. Bless you. All right, I'm going to let you guys go. Take care of yourselves and take care of somebody else. Boston Brian, be safe over there, my brother. I know he might still be with us on this. That was fucking brutal. And the only, like I said, the only thing anybody's going to take away from this is more of the same. It's just him trying to get people to pressure about the Save America Act. And oh my God, he had a fucking guinea pig stuck in his esophagus. That was hideous. Anyways, appreciate you guys. I love you. I'm going to go take my family to eat. So much love. Let me go. Let's see. Yeah, let's go with, what's this? It's hard to choose. It really is. You know what? I'm going to go old school because Trump's earned it tonight. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Ridiculous. Hit the like. Don't forget. Subscribe, will ya?
Screen glows bright with a crooked
Wow.
Words spill out. All venom, no style. Promises made, they rot in the air. A handshake, a lie, a blank, cold stare. Puppets dance, the strings are tight. Shadows whisper in the dead of night. This is some bullshit. We see through it. This is some bullshit. Can't undo it. Say it loud. We won't quit. This is some bullshit.
Thanks, Mark P, for putting the link in the chat. You rock. Thank you, CSL. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mark C. See you guys tomorrow morning.